Hey, everybody listening out there. We're going to go live. Um, it's a huge night tonight. Everybody is welcome to join panel. I just ask everybody to be respectful. Oh, hold on a second. I may have to end this. Looks like someone might have gone live. Hold on. We all here? Hey, Nartu. Yep. I have to double check on something because I got an alert coming across. So just bear with me. But remember, everybody is welcome. Panel link. All all different political views. Just be respectful. Now, trying to figure that out. Trying to figure that out. Just bear with me, but until I figure it out, here we are. And here's the panel link. No, we're all here. Hey, Bryce, Amanda, Nartu. Trying to gosh, I'm trying to figure out because I'm not used to being called Summer, and I'm hoping I'm not sure if Summer started a live too. Katrina, did Summer start a live too, or is it mine and I just got an alert that Summer's live? I'm sorry, I'm confused. But anyway, as I was saying, until I get this figured out, I will stay live. Panel link is there. Everybody is welcome. We're none going to agree on the same things. You know, we're trying to figure out who's going to be president. Yours. Okay, perfect. Okay, that's what I thought. I hope I just didn't step on her toes. I tried putting in her chat. I was going to go live. I don't really see anybody going live, and I really don't see anybody talking about the election. And I think this is important. No panel link. Did you not get it? And there's no panel link. Log on. Let me copy it again. And let me
Hello.
Hey, Amanda.
Hello,
Oh,
hello.
you're kind of noisy.
Yeah, let me turn off
Okay.
my white noise machine. Hang on.
Okay. I'm like,
Is that better?
whoa.
Is that better?
Yes, it's better.
Um, I have a white noise machine to drown out all the evil Republicans in my life. Um, I was just I was just listening to some commentary, and Donald Trump has now added that he expects to add a 25% tariff to goods that come from Mexico as well. And so I was doing a little numbers crunching. Let's take a $30,000 car, okay? And it doesn't matter what country it comes from, but let's just pretend that it's going to have a 25% tariff on it. That car company is going to increase the price of the car to compensate for the tariff that they're going to pay. They're going to pass it on to us. So that $30,000 car just came, to 37,500 bucks. You follow me?
I do. And, I looked at that and because going to buy a new car, and I thought I would wait till see what the Fed does on November 18th, lowering the interest rate. But
Mm-hmm.
I need to do it before, if he wins. And I'm saying if, there are a lot of mail in ballots
Right.
that are going to have to be counted. We're not going to know when we wake up in the morning because of the electoral college. But if he wins, either way, I need to buy a car before the first of the year. It's kind of put me in that situation. Hey, Katrina. Hey, Nartu. Hey, Shelly.
Yeah, I get it. This was just a former advisor to Trump during his last election.
Hey, Barbara.
And he
Right.
was talking to Nora O'Donnell about it all, and she asked him some direct questions about the deficit and those kinds of things. And given his plan, it's going to add trillions to the deficit. So
Well, and here's the other thing he's talking about again, and you can use whatever verbiage you want, but it's bailing out the industry. And I get it. But how many times are we going to do it? And bailing them out is also going to raise the cost of a car.
yeah, that's true. They're going to pass it on to the consumer.
So if nobody buys a car before January 1st, nobody's getting a new car.
You know, my car is a 2017. It's paid for. My truck is paid for. My boyfriend's truck is not paid for because it's new, but I'm fine with the car I have. So I don't care if I get a
Hey,
new car or
Summer.
not.
Well, and I have a 2019. I was going to work it out and give my son, well, not give, sell my son that car at a reasonable price because I do want a new one. But I'm not taking a loan out for it. It'll be a cash buy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's a smart way to go. And
Yeah.
that was just
But
breaking
but the issue,
news.
what's breaking news now?
They're saying Trump is winning Wisconsin.
Well, and he may be, but we still have several other states,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
the electoral college haven't get it. And I'm going to tell you right now, guys. It doesn't matter which one gets in. I have been working very diligently today with our local county and some of the referendums and the amendments. Um, the abortion amendment did not pass. The recreational marijuana did not pass. And part of the problem is they had more numbers, but in order to change an amendment, we need 60%. And after the first of the year, people in Tallahassee said that it's going to be 70%. So
Yeah,
another amendment in the state of Florida will never happen. You will never get a 70%.
yeah. It's kind of like here, kind of the same thing is happening. I don't remember the percentage it's going to change to, but they are. supposed to be doing that.
Well,
My
they're
state,
trying to stop us people. We, the people, they're trying to
right.
stop us and government control us. What is wrong with people? The government, you want the government to control you.
Well, that's exactly what's happening right now. And I just want to say this: our Supreme Court, our state Supreme Court, we had a marijuana amendment up, right, and it would have made it legal for recreational marijuana. Our Arkansas Supreme Court said that none of the votes can count
Why?
because they have done everything they can through the Secretary of State's office here to
Mm-hmm.
deny some of the signatures. They first said that something was illegal. Then they came back and said, no, 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 no. Some of those canvassers were not paid. No, no, no. I mean, it's been five things. And I voted for it. It was on the ballot. I went ahead and voted for it. I
Well,
don't understand.
well, explain something to me. We're all struggling financially, right? Buying
Right.
groceries, paying rent, getting our mortgage, trying to save a few bucks. We're all struggling, right?
Right.
Why would people vote for a half-cent sales tax and increase millage on your property tax? Who does that? Why do
Well,
you why do you approve a tax on yourself?
let me turn my TV down. I have a little bit of difference of opinion about that, and it came up. Our state law says that our city council can pass up to five mills on to the
Sure,
citizens without it being voted by the
sure.
populace. And
And ours
so,
did that.
right, and so some people have gotten their panties in a wad because we have three mills and we've had those three mills for years. Okay. It's not a new tax, Christine. Part of it pays for general revenue, part of it pays for the police pension, and part of it pays for the fire pension. And I forget what the other little part is, but either way, we definitely need a line item for capital improvements. Every city should have that, and people have lost their minds over it. And I'm like, you've been paying it for years. This is not an increase. So,
Here's part of our problem. Okay. Um, our property values have increased. So automatically the millage is increasing.
right.
The county commissioners had a chance to lower the millage and chose not to. So we're paying a higher millage on the value of our property. My value of my property is only worth anything that I sell it for. Okay. It has no value now.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing. We just added more millage to this because it was a vote. Hey, Money. Hey, Summer. Hey, Dolan. Katrina, thank you for the super chat. Yes, come on. Let's get four more super chats. Come on, we can do this. Dolan, do a super chat for us.
Hey, everybody.
Let's do this. And the link is pinned. Anybody is welcome to join. I'm going to share with you. I think we need to talk about the election in the different states, the different referendums, the different amendments. But that's not the only thing we're talking about. We can talk about whatever we want, but we must be respectful. Okay, please, please, let's be respectful.
I get,
I ask.
I get what you're saying because, like in my city, we rely only on sales tax, and that's how we generate revenue. The other way is through bond issues, which, most cities have bonds, some don't. Um, we have I think it's a quarter cent sales tax on hamburger, like fast food, or it's a half. I don't remember. But that money is a dedicated fund to what's called the A&P Commission. And they have something like $8 million in that. And it's for advertising and promotion of businesses, and nobody's doing any of that shit. So Our school district is what runs off of millages in our state. How does your school district run? Does it
It,
run off
it's
of
it
millages?
runs off the millage, but here's the
Hmm.
thing: because of all the building, 20,000 homes, at least 20,000 homes, and then there's another 10,000 homes. Okay, so and then they went around and increased their property value. So right there, they got millage. Now they
Right.
added another millage on top of that. Plus, every time you go to the store, and I will share, there was a half-cent sales tax that was put into place in 2015. I voted for it. It was supposed to go to the schools, but it doesn't go to salary. It can go to stipends or whatever they want to call it, but it cannot technically be salaried because that has to come out of Tallahassee. So much money per pupil.
Right.
But so we voted for this in 2015. It's a sunset now next year. So they put it back on there. They didn't prove to us that half-cent sales tax. They did what they should have done. So why would somebody vote on this? You have just taxed yourself on everything you buy. You have increased your millage, which is going to increase your mortgage payment, which, renters are saying, well, maybe the homeowners need to pay it. Well, guess what, renters? It's going to be increased in your rent.
Yeah, it's passed
You're
on to
not going to eat that.
right. So I
It
get
just
what you're
makes
saying
sense.
in your position because if they increase the property value, you're
Yes, and
already
my
paying
my
more.
property value increased $200,000 that I am paying a millage on. Oh, Dolan, love you. Thank you.
Yeah,
That
but
was
I
perfect.
would have been outraged too in that case because they
Yeah,
have not increased our property values as
they
any
have.
ours have not. So
And well, actually, I think it's closer to 300,000. But in order for that value to be, I have to be able to sell it for the amount they're appraising it at.
right.
And then, and then the amendment in Florida for legal marijuana, you have to have 60%. It failed. Abortion, right now in the state of Florida, after 6 weeks, an abortion is illegal. It failed. It was at 59%. It
Wow.
failed. It failed. And we'll never get it again because they raised it to 70%.
Yep, same
But
here. Our abortion amendment didn't even make it on the ballot. They pulled some of the same funny stuff that they did with the marijuana
yeah,
and
we tried really hard getting signatures to get these amendments. And the amount of money, the millions, if not billions, that DeSantis spent on commercials and daily several lives against this. I'm sorry. Here we just gone into more big government in Florida. Government is telling what I can do. Is
absolutely.
anybody is anybody okay with the government constantly telling them what to do, when to do, and how to do it? Soon they're going to tell us when we go to the bathroom or breathe.
But they voted for it. That's what I don't understand. You claim that you want to be the majority party that believes in small government, but that's exactly the contrary to what's happening.
Absolutely, 100%. Everybody, while you're here, please like, subscribe, and support. Even if you're a troll or even if you don't want to talk, just give a like. Let's get the algorithm going. Summer puts in hard work. Mm,
Naruto, Marie Antoinette. I love it. Yeah, I am very disappointed. We have no abortions here, absolutely none. It does not matter if a woman's life is in jeopardy; they don't care. If she dies, oh well. And I never thought that I would live in my 49 years on the planet and
I
see a
know.
place where this is where we're at.
I'm dumbfounded where we're at, and I'm scared where we're going. I am. Everybody else should be too.
I mean, I'm not going out and getting pregnant. Obviously, I'm too old to have
I'm
babies.
not. I'm not either. But I have future daughter-in-laws, granddaughters, friends that have daughters, and I guarantee you, I find out one of these young ladies wants an abortion and they can't have it in Florida. I will use my own money and take them myself. This is bullshit.
Yeah, funny you mentioned that. In the state of Texas, they have a piece of legislation that says that if you facilitate by any means to fly someone to a state where they can get an abortion, provide them travel, etc., then you can be held criminally
I don't
liable.
care.
It's
I don't
disgusting.
care.
It's
It's
disgusting.
no it's no different than me feeding a homeless person on a street corner. Threaten me. That's what all it is. They're threats. So government controls us.
Right. I mean, I wouldn't hesitate to do it either. I mean, if somebody needed help, of course, I would help them.
Damn right I would. It's
Uh,
ridiculous. And
I just
I'm charging my battery and it looks like it's charging, but just an FYI, if I get
okay.
booted out, I will be back. It's low battery.
And then I'll sing to y'all, and it'll be horrible.
Yeah. I don't
Yeah.
know. I'm just dumbfounded. I'm just miffed. And like I said, channel link is pinned. Anyone is welcome. You don't have to agree with me. We can have a conversation. I do ask respectful. I don't think we need to call each other names if we don't agree. Let's put our arguments out there on why we believe what something happened.
I think women in our country carry enough shame for a variety of reasons. And while I've never been in the position that I've had to make the decision or choice to have an abortion or not, I want that option to be available. Um, it is a decision, in my opinion, between myself, my God of choice, and my physician. Uh,
Damn straight.
some asshole in any legislature in any state in this country does not have the right to regulate my uterus. They just don't.
Well, I'm going to tell you something, and I know a lot of people are going to be offended by this, and I apologize, but I'm going to say it because it is my belief. I believe we have a lot of white old men trying to tell us what to do. And I'm saying this because I sat at the dinner table last night with my husband, and I asked him, what do you think about the abortion? What are your plans? He had the gall to tell me a woman should know she is pregnant by 6 weeks. I remind, oh, wait a minute, it gets better. I reminded him about after we got married and we went to the doctor for just an annual checkup or a pap smear, things like that. He went to the doctor with me. I was almost 20 weeks pregnant at that time on birth control.
Wow.
Now, my employer does not cover birth control pills. You know that, right? I called around last night because they say Plan B is available without a prescription at pharmacies. I called around to 10 pharmacies. One of them had it. And you know how much it was?
How much?
$50.
Wow.
$50.
Wow. I will, Shelly, just to say something. When a member of my family was sexually assaulted in 1975, she was given the the pill, to make sure that she did not get pregnant by the individual. So my question is, Christine, and you're a nurse, maybe you can answer this.
Oh, I
If
have a couple of stories I want to tell.
if a woman's sexually assaulted in the state of Florida, does she get a pill in the ER?
Yes, we have always given the pills in the ER. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. But here's the problem: the percentage of women who are sexually assaulted that report are very low. That's the problem. They don't report it. They're ashamed. They're embarrassed. They feel it's like their fault, and it's not.
Right.
And I'm also going to bring in another situation. Do you know how many marital rapes happen? A
I
lot.
probably would be shocked.
It's a lot.
And I know there's probably, I could be wrong in saying this, so I don't want to assume, but I wonder if there's a lot of statistics out there on marital rape.
There is. There is. And marital rape is very rampant. So let's say I'm married, I'm still childbearing years. My husband forces sex on me because he wants sex. I get pregnant and I don't want this child. I have my children. I have my career. This is not planned. And then the anger because I'm forced now to carry a baby. No, I'm not good with any of this. They don't take these things into consideration. And here's my thing: in the state of Florida, if you're raped, if you're molested, if it is incest, you can get an abortion. My question is: are more men going to be accused of rape so that this woman can get get an abortion?
That's a great question.
Or it's a good question. Are we going to see an incline of it? My other question is, because I say I was raped and I didn't go get to the ER and they were able to get specimens, are they going to believe me and just say, okay, you can have an abortion?
Wow, that's a great question too.
I got lots of questions. No answers, lots of questions.
You know,
And
in my state, if you're raped, incest, molested, any category under the sun, you get nothing. If your uncle impregnates you at 12, guess what? In my state, you're carrying the baby.
you're right. And so you were a victim carrying the predator's baby. Just saying. Tell
And
me, tell me what that does to a woman's mind.
exactly, exactly. And that is why so many of us have advocated to have the option at least added back for those situations.
You know, when Roe v. Wade first went back to the States, we had a 15-week abortion. Okay, I was okay with that. I was 100% okay with that because it gives time the woman to realize that she is pregnant. It gives time the woman to actually sit down, talk with her doctor, and make an informed decision. It gives a woman time to make an appointment and do this. They've taken that time away.
Hmm.
They've taken it away from us. Women are really okay with this?
Well, and then what happens is, okay, so the 12-year-old has the baby, right? She's not equipped to take care of the baby. She
No.
up for adoption,
And
or
and
it is
and
up
is-
to foster care.
and is the grandmother equipped for it? Because this child's mother allowed the incest or molestation to happen, probably from a family member. Just asking.
our system is broken, and I know the foster care system in every state is overwhelmed and underfunded, and they don't
I,
think about that. They think about, oh, well, you're murdering this or you're murdering that, but you don't want to pay for them when they're in the system.
I tried to become a foster parent. Okay. Hey Bryce, I'm gonna let you up.
What's
I
up?
tried
I'm
to.
just watching the
Hey,
what?
I was saying hey,
I'm just
Hi.
watching the Washington State's governor on Fox right now.
and
He's not giving up.
he's not giving what, hun?
He's
Oh,
not
he's not
giving up.
giving up. Who's your governor?
Now it's David Riker right now. He's running
For what state, hun? I'm sorry if you don't
Washington
mind me.
State. Washington State governor.
Yeah, you all got problems out there too. We all have problems. Every state
Uh,
have problems. Every single state.
yep.
We're trying to fix it. We, the people, have been trying to fix it, and government stopping us. And the big thing is how they're stopping us is making the percentage so high. It doesn't matter if there's more for it than against it. It didn't make that percentage. And starting in January in Florida, the percentage is going from 60% to 70%. An amendment will never be changed in our state.
I need to look ours up. I don't remember what it's changing to. It was the last I talked to one of our state senators, um, who is a Democrat. They were trying to pass it through the last session. See, Arkansas only has sessions every other year. However, the governor can call a special session anytime she wants. And so she called one. The most recent one was to give all her rich friends tax cuts. So, and guess what?
Well,
The revenues came out. The revenues came out,
mm,
and the revenues down. Imagine that. Well, you gave all your buddies tax cuts.
right.
So I'm
Well,
surprised.
and I'm going to tell you a little story. Well, first of all, tomorrow, and I already bought them, I'm handing out coat hangers. And I'm mainly handing out coat hangers to the older people and to men.
Uh huh.
That's what I'm doing. I'm making a statement. Hey, crazy hillbilly.
Right.
Because I need to make a statement.
Look.
And everybody says, you're going to get on the news. Well, I don't have to talk to the news. They
No,
want to see me doing it, fine. But there's a purpose for this. They're pushing us back. They're pushing us women back 50 years. 50 years. What's wrong with this? And then our marijuana failed. Our amendment on marijuana failed. Again, government stopped it. DeSantis spent millions, if not billions, against this amendment. And he falsely misled people on both these amendments. Here's what DeSantis said that the abortion one, for example, it was too vague. It said healthcare worker. Well, people are thinking, oh my God, your CNA is going to be performing it. No, no, no. Healthcare workers work under a license that has a scope of practice. If you look into who can perform an abortion in Florida, it is A, an OBGYN. It is B, a doctor. It is C, a nurse midwife with the training. It is D, a physician's assistant with a training. That was very misleading. Katrina says, come to CT, legal weed and abortion for all. Yeah, it should be for that across the United States.
Well, what's crazy is, as you well know, he said that he's going to issue a federal abortion ban. Um, so that's going to be interesting.
Oh, but Trumpsters don't seem to think that's true. So let's see if it comes to fruition. Yeah, yeah, this crazy man. I don't think people, whatever it is, what it is, people don't understand what's going on. People
Well,
don't understand it. It's what it is.
before I forget, since I see Summer in here and she's listening, I'm not changing the topic. I just want to put this out there.
No, please
I
change.
I am meeting with the mayor, the city attorney, police chief, myself, and my other partner in crime about those civil rights violations in the morning at 9:30. I have no expectations of anything because you know that they're going to gaslight us. However, it's just one more pin in the cushion that I can provide to the DOJ when I write the complaint. So, want to put that out there. Think about me tomorrow, you guys, when I take on dirty cops.
Well, here's another thing that you lead right into it. I want somebody who so believes in Trump that if Trump wins, because the Electoral College had not given all their votes, okay?
Right, right, right.
If Trump wins, what are you going to do when you feel like that the police have been given a license to pew pew people?
Yep.
And Amanda, Summer said if there's anything she can do, she will.
Yeah,
She's,
I appreciate that. I'm gonna keep fighting them. Um, uh, I am not allowed to file a lawsuit in federal court on behalf of that young black man that was beat up, but I am qualified to go to where he lives and try to find him and tell him that I have found an attorney who is willing to file a civil rights lawsuit on his behalf pro bono. And they're going to stop doing what they're doing one way or another. That's all I know. They could have killed him that night along with everybody else they do it to across America. And that leads me into this. I'm very fearful that when he really militarizes the police to do his dirty work and start gathering up immigrants, can you imagine what that's going to look like? Like, is this Japanese internment camps again? I just, I'm very fearful. And, what's next? Are they going to start unaliving people at the border? They're going to start shooting them? I don't know. It's just a thought. Um, Summer, that's a little procurement. Let me kind of tell you that young man does not live in my city. He lives 2.5 hours away. He was here visiting his girlfriend when the incident occurred. I have an address for him, I have a name, but we don't think that he actually lives at that address, okay?
you need to try to make contact.
Right. And so I have,
The police report should have that.
well, I do, but like I said, we don't believe he lives there.
What about his girlfriend?
No, honey, the girlfriend lives here. He lives 2.5 hours away.
No, but can the girlfriend help get you in contact with him?
I can certainly try. I have a private investigator that is working on these things.
I need to address Shelley. Shelley, He did not do this for his first 4 years. You have to realize from 2016 to 2020 is a totally different world than it is in 2024, going all the way to 2028. He might have not did that. It wasn't needed, but things started. It started to snowball. Is he going to take that snowball and throw it at everyone's face now? That's what I feel. I, I I don't know what to say. It's not the same. He will not be lining people up. But he has said over and over and over. Okay, how's he going to do this, Shelley? Please tell me. He has said over and over in almost every single one of his speeches that we have got to go and get the immigrants and get them out of our country. How is he going to do that? And you can't tell me you didn't hear that. You can't tell me that. Summer thinks the girlfriend can't get a hold, and I think you ought to try.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. We're working on that. That's why I have other people involved that are reaching out to her, that are reaching out to trying to locate him. It's not just that one incident, though. There's a couple of other incidents where they've beat up people. We're going tomorrow to discuss about 5 different ones.
Have you
And
requested DOJ to come in and investigate?
after we do the things that I'm doing, I will be requesting it. I'm doing what my attorney
Okay.
told me to do, which is
Okay.
give them an opportunity to make corrective action. And when they don't, because we know they're not going to, then you've done what you're supposed to do. You've went through the chain of command.
So, Shelley, hold on, unless I'm missing something. In my opinion, arrest them and take them out. Okay, they're going to arrest them. Then where are they going? Jails are full. Where are they going?
Bring them here. We're building a new one.
Well, so is Kentucky building a new one. And I have a question. You know, these people that want Trump, I have researched several cities across the United States. Pick one: East Coast, Midwest, South, West Coast. The budgets have increased by billions of dollars in most of these sanctuary cities to accommodate these migrants. But then in the next breath, their boards, their city boards, their county commissioners, whatever you call them in your city, they're cutting services that have been there for years because they have a budget of billions to help the migrants. This makes no sense to me. Make it make sense. Okay, Shelley, so send them back to where they came from. Okay, so let's just say there's a million. Just saying there's a million. I'm not even going to 10, 20, 30 million. Okay, let's just say there are a million. You're going to round up a million migrants with what resources and what money. And then you're going to send them back to their country. How are you doing that? And what are the other millions of dollars coming? Where are the other millions of dollars coming? I'm just asking. I'm asking questions that we all should be asking. And nobody has answers. Trump's never given us an answer other than round them up and ship them back. Amanda, are you reading Summers'
Yeah,
thing?
yes. I was responding to
Okay.
her, and she's
Okay.
absolutely correct. And
And we kind of got two conversations going here. I
sorry.
apologize.
No, I was listening.
No, don't apologize. We can multitask.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I think it would not be feasible. Well, let me go back. We have a military, and he has suggested that he was going to either use them or use law enforcement to round these people up. That is a lot of resources that we don't have, nor can we afford to do any of those things. But
But it's
aside,
but it's resources being taken that we already have in our states. What? How does that work?
right, and so you put them back over the border, okay? Why don't you hold businesses in America
No,
accountable for hiring these people?
no, Shelley, I don't want you to be quiet about this. I mean, these are discussions that we need to have because we have to find some logic to this because he hasn't given me any. I'm just saying.
No, no, Shelly, I'm good. I just didn't want to miss summer because I didn't know her schedule, and just kind of wanted to give her an update because she knew that I've been fighting these bastards. So
And Shelley, I don't. And that's why I said everybody's welcome, even with difference of opinions, because the only way, the only way this is going to work is if this is actually discussed. And this is my thing. You put something out, but you're not following up with any type of plan. It's like theory, okay, I get your theory. How are you implementing that theory? I can't fathom it. Oh, okay. Sorry, Shelley.
yeah, mine was just brief. I was trying to tell Summer because I didn't know her schedule. Like, is she at work? It's none of my business. So I just wanted to give her an update while I saw her here. And so I do apologize that I digressed, but yeah, we can talk about immigration or whatever.
No, and we can finish talking, and I apologize, but sometimes we're passionate and it's hard for me to shut up. I apologize.
No, no, you're fine, and I can appreciate, you know, Shelly. I respect your opinion. A lot of people don't believe that he's going to do some of those things. The reality is, we have a problem at the border. We have laws on our books that have not been followed. We have a bill that was not passed and funded to give the border patrol more assets. So you take 1 million people, you throw them back over the border. How are you going to keep them from coming back? Like this is a big discussion, and you just can't throw people back where they came from and say that you fix the problem.
And they didn't come just from Mexico.
Right, right, right. And I'm not sure I trust the numbers that we've been given before about how they break down. I saw a chart at one time about like the Chinese nationals and people from Middle Eastern countries and all that. You know, Trump wants everybody to believe that we have people and criminals coming across.
Well, I will be honest. I will be 100% honest. We, as well as I do, we do have criminals coming across, but that's not the majority.
I think you're right. I have never thought for 1 second. I think these people are coming here because they want a better life. Um, my former janitor came from Guatemala. She came here illegally. She has worked her tail off to become a citizen. Um, and I respect her. Like, I've never seen a woman, she could
Right.
outwork
Oh,
me.
and I'm not president by all means. I am nowhere near a president's candidate. I am nowhere near what a president can do. But I feel we do have criminals in here that have come from other countries. The ones that are sitting in jail or out on bond that apparently deserve our due process of the American legal system, those are the first ones I think we should remove from here.
Absolutely. And everybody wants to make it seem that we have a bunch of criminals running around. Well, guess what? We have a lot of Americans that are criminals that are in prisons right now.
We do. We do.
Oh, Garrett. Okay. Oh, okay, Theo. Okay. I follow you now. Well,
Yeah, and Theo, I have no clue. I don't have an answer for you, hun.
I haven't seen. I've got the news going, but I'm really not paying attention.
Well, and I haven't either. I mean, and I will be 100% honest. From 6:51 this morning until maybe an hour and a half ago, I have been non-stop at places, on phones, in messages, meeting with people, talking with people, with everything that's going on in the in my county and the county surrounded us. So here we got Shelley. I'm concerned with the Gotaway. Absolutely. And Shelley, I'll add something to that. I am concerned about the terrorists that came in as well. Shelley, we have had sleeper cells in here forever. That's
Yeah.
number one. Number two, I am very concerned about the ones that are coming in. And I'm not saying they're carrying diseases, but I will share with you TB is on the rise in the United States. TB is rampant in other countries that aren't Asian countries that have the TB vaccine. We are not testing them because it's a two-part test. We don't know if they'll come back. They're not doing it. There's too many. A simple chest x-ray would help determine TB. We are not checking on that. They're coming over the border. I have seen live streams of true people I know. One person I know personally who was always at the border, been at the border for years before it came to the crisis. They're coming in, hacking and coughing and sick. And when you put a group of people in a closed, confined area, that is how TB is spread. And now the United States has seen an uptick in tuberculosis. That's a concern.
Yeah. And then you put in the mix all the Americans who don't want to vaccinate their children for anything.
Okay, we're not, no, see, that's part of the problem. I do believe in vaccinations.
Oh, I
I
do too.
will, and the majority of people do. But the problem is with this is that these little tiny babies at 6 and 7 pounds are getting too many at one time. There is also called a thing called ITP.
What is that?
Um, it is. It used to be called idiopathic thrombocytopenia.
Huh?
Now it is more or less called immunization thrombocytopenia because of there's damage from the immunizations into our children. And like I myself, I vaccinated my children for some things, other things, absolutely not. My grandchildren are doing delayed vaccinations. And since the C one came out, people have lost trust in the United States, in our government. That's the problem. We don't trust our government. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes. Um, Shelley, I don't know about Waltz. I know about RFK because I read an extensive article on it, and some of his family members have openly spoken about the fact that they do not agree with his politics and they
Yes.
absolutely want nothing to do with him.
And I will speak on this. Yes, Waltz has always had problems with his family. I will tell you, and some don't know this. I lived in Mankato, Minnesota, when Waltz lived in Mankato, Minnesota. Waltz was the assistant coach at the high school at the same time my sister went to that high school. And there weren't good words about him then. Just
Oh,
saying.
so is there a suggestion? Is there someone suggesting impropriety?
Absolutely 100%.
And
And he wasn't even, there was a coach, an assistant coach, and then him.
gotcha.
He's claiming he was coach there. He was never the coach. Now I understand the kids called him coach. I understand that because he was out on the field a lot with the kids. But he was never the coach. But he's claiming he was.
Well, maybe he was an assistant.
Well, he wasn't even an assistant. He was like an assistant.
Gotcha. Yeah, I can honestly say I did not personally look into his background. I've looked into his military stuff. I disagree with Vance completely and the conjecture out there on that. Uh,
I
the
do
re-
too.
yeah, the reason he didn't deploy is because he was on terminal leave and he was retiring. So, it's not his fault that his unit got called up.
I 100% agree there too. And and with Vance, it's this rag to riches story. I get it. That's what people want to hear. Rag to riches. Yes, he was raised by his grandmother because his mother was a nurse and got addicted to the drugs, which more than likely she stole from her patients and the patients didn't get it. But I
Wow.
can't verify that, so it's an alleged. But the thing is, with Vance, though, he didn't grow up dirt poor. He could have grown up in West Virginia in the poor areas. He wasn't. I don't care what anybody says. But wait, what was the stolen valor? They say he was doing. I don't believe it was stolen valor.
That's what I was just talking about, Shelley. As a veteran myself, first of all, number one, Vance was a United States Marine. He has no right to be disrespectful to another veteran who served this country. First and foremost, that is the most disrespectful, disgusting thing you can do. But what I was explaining is that Waltz was in the Minnesota National Guard. He was the rank of an E9, which is a sergeant major, and he was getting ready to retire and had already put his packet in to do so. This has already been proven. And his unit at some point got called up and after he was retiring. So that's not his fault. So it takes a while to get out of the military, trust me. So, people can believe what they want to. I served in the military, I understand how it works. But the fact that you have one veteran disrespecting another one on a national platform is gross.
And Travel Pass, I'm glad you joined us. I did bring up again about the billions of dollars for migrants. I also brought up how to help try to um, balance the budget a little bit. They're taking resources away that have been there for years because they have to balance the budget. And it's not only in New York, it's across the country, especially what they so called sanctuary cities. So We have talked about that in case you missed it. We are trying to play devil's advocate with both sides. At least I am, because it was very hard for me to vote today. And no, I will not share who I voted for. But it was very hard for me to vote today because I feel if I voted for one person, I'm going to get this. But if I voted for the other person, it's all ideas and theories and nothing in place. There's no concrete way to do this that has been discussed. So I really have an issue with it.
What has Walt said that he did that he didn't do? That's what I don't understand. The people on the right keep saying that he's claimed to do all of these things that he didn't do when his military record has been put out there. Hell, any of us can go to the archives in St. Louis, Missouri. You can go online to the website. You can request a copy of his military records. Anybody can do that. Okay? They'll only give you part of it. They're not going to give you, classified information, medical records, and that kind of crap. But I mean, that's an option if you're concerned, but totally forgot what I was going to say. Oh, Christine, I absolutely voted for Kamala. I early voted. I always look at the ballot before I go in online. And so that way I'm very up to date on the amendments.
Yeah. I really wish Travel Pass would come onto a panel. I think very intelligent, very articulate, and I think it could be a great conversation. So Travel Pass, I really wish you would. I understand not everybody's made for panels, and I'm not going to shame or berate you because you don't do panels.
Well, I think Travel Pass is on to something.
No, Travel Pass has been on to something for months. And I will tell you, Travel Pass challenged my thinking and actually made me start digging and looking. And that's why I found some of the things I found. And I appreciate that. Like me, don't like me, at least I'm not just speaking and pulling things out of my hiney.
I'm not for a free for all at the border. But what I do personally have an issue with is the fact that, Border Patrol has said, hey, we need help. We need more resources. And that bill is still being held by the Republicans. You can look at the bill online. It's out there. So,
Well, at this point, it doesn't matter.
no, not
What
now.
we have to plan, and I hope the Republicans and Democrats spend this 4 years in searching, really researching on somebody for the 2028 election. Because I really honestly think between 24 and 28, we're screwed. We're screwed.
Yeah, I may be dead by then, so it won't matter. But
Well, I will not be. Well, I shouldn't say that because God can send me home at any time. But that is not my plan.
whether I die in 5 minutes or 50 years from now, I do know this much. I voted the way I voted because of my own personal convictions, and I did it for my mother, who, God rest her soul, even in the throes of dementia, when we would give her a screener at the Center for Aging, when she went to those physicians, they would ask her who the president was, and she would say that orange fucker Donald Trump. She never forgot him.
Yeah.
And I would bust out laughing. She couldn't tell you what day it was. She couldn't tell you when her birthday was, but she knew who Donald Trump was.
Well, it was a lasting memory, and sometimes those lasting memories don't leave you,
I know.
especially with somebody with dementia or Alzheimer's, because it is something that is deep seated into their brain.
She
And
didn't
I've
like
seen
how
people.
I said about people. She didn't like it. And that's my issue with Trump. I don't nothing about him is presidential. I'm sorry, it's just not. What's that noise?
It was my door. I have a squeaky door. Sorry.
Oh no, I heard people. I was like, oh my
Oh,
god,
it
your
was probably the TV inside. I came outside, so I don't disturb my husband.
I understand. I get it. I wish I had a lanai.
Yes, I sit on the lanai on my nice little lounge chair.
I think a
That's
lot
what
of
I do.
Golden Girls.
Pardon me?
When I think of the lanai, I think of the show Golden Girls. I loved that.
That's what made me move to Florida, honestly, that show of Golden Girls. I have an aunt and a sister, and someday we were planning on the three of us would be the Golden Girls and end up living together
Hey,
when
baby.
our spouses weren't there. And so I decided I'm moving to Florida and set it up. Well, then my aunt followed, so my aunt and uncle are here.
Oh,
And so we got two of the three Golden Girls.
that's cool.
Yeah. Yeah. She's a lot on the crazy side. Just give her THC and life is good. That's all I have to say. Um, Captain, if you would like to join us, the link is pinned, and if you can't find it, I will be more than happy to give you the link. Anybody is welcome to join us. You don't have to believe in Trump. You don't have to believe in Harris. We're having a discussion, and I don't want to say anybody's right, but I'm not going to say anybody's wrong. Does that make sense? The only way we get through this country and make the proper decisions are having conversations. And that's what I'm trying to do tonight. I was a little pissed. I was a little pissed that abortion failed. I was pissed that legalization of marijuana was failed. I was pissed that the half-cent sales tax went. I was pissed that the millage went. I was pissed. But there are a few people, several of us have been dragged through the mud for the last 2 days. And I'm not even somebody on the ballot, but I've been dragged through the mud because who I support.
I know the feeling.
And but I'm going to tell you, the two people that I support both won. It feels good.
Well, my feeling.
Panthro, we're not having any TDS syndrome here. It's an open panel. If we have people that strongly believe in Trump, they're welcome to come up. We have people that strongly believe in Harris, they're welcome to come up. Conversations have to start.
What is
And now, pardon me,
what is TDS?
Trump derangement syndrome.
Oh, okay. No,
And
I have I'm just a bitch syndrome, so there you go.
there you go. Me too. But no, this isn't a Trump panel. This isn't a Harris panel. This is a panel for everybody to discuss. And the important thing is, and I've said this over and over, we have to do this with respect, please. That's what I ask. We don't have to yell. We don't have to scream. Well, we might yell and scream a little bit because we're very passionate. We don't have to resort to name calling. That's the big thing. Nartu, First, they went after women's rights. Yep, but I stayed quiet because I am not a woman. Well, doesn't matter. You should have spoke up for us. They went after Latinos. I stayed quiet because I'm Latino. Well, shouldn't have done that either. Then they went after blacks. They've been after blacks for decades.
Yes, never.
LBGDQ, and I stayed quiet. They came after me, and no one was left to say anything. 100%. You're right. You know, Panther, and I'm sorry, I'm saying your name wrong. I hope I'm not totally. I saw, not that I'm a big TikTok user, but I saw people driving through, like Puerto Rico, big, huge signs. Latinos, Latinas for Trump. Hispanics for Trump. Down south in Florida, seeing the same thing. I get it.
But I'm confused about this because obviously I'm not Latino, but how can you be a Latino and not support the other Latinos, Hispanic, whatever, coming across the border who also want a better life? I don't get it.
Okay, see, this is my bottom line. Okay? We all want a better life. We think the United States is going to give us a better life. Why can't we reform our immigration policy? Why can't we, instead of shipping millions of people back to their homelands, why can't we decide, oh, they're working. Oh, let's give them a little hand up. Let them be productive citizens of society. Because I guarantee you, and I dare one of you, just one, to tell me a job was taken away from you because of a migrant. Just one of you. Guess what? Nobody can tell me that.
Yeah, I don't know of anyone, and I can unequivocally tell you this. God bless the person that picks lettuce and does those jobs that Americans don't want to do.
Well, we have sugar cane in Florida. We
Right.
have
If Americans
orchard.
jobs, they would have already been doing them.
Yes. So, Amanda, just got a quick look. He said he carried guns into war. He didn't. You'll have to dig deeper if you want to. I don't care that he retired when he did.
I look longer around so I'm doing it.
Well, FYI, the United States have not been in a war since World War II. I'm just saying.
What? Whoa, whoa, whoa! What do you call the Middle East? Because I was there. I'm pretty. I remember Bush,
It's not an American war.
but Americans were there. We fought.
You're right. Americans were there because of allies.
We were the primary.
Okay,
I can.
so I want to address this. If we paid fair wages for those jobs Americans might want to do. Erod, I have a question for you. And this is going to be a personal question from me. I'm living it. Do you know I save lives? Do you know I give up my weekends, my holidays, my birthdays, sporting events of my kids, miss first steps of my children? And do you know I max out at $40 an hour? Is that a fair wage on the job I do? I'm just asking. Because in my opinion, it's not. Not the hours I put in, 12-hour shifts where my blood sugars drop and I can't eat because I haven't eaten for 9 hours. My blood sugars drop. I fall. I tear my labrum and rotator cuff because of that. Yeah, not so much.
I have a torn labrum in each shoulder. It's interesting.
Well, mine's been repaired 3 times.
Yeah, I'm not having it done. I want to say this respectfully.
Hold
As
on one moment. I wanna greet KSO4. Hey, honey.
Hey,
um respectfully speaking, having as a veteran myself and someone that's absolutely been in the Middle East, I don't care how anybody classifies it. It was absolutely a war. I have friends who lost their lives. I served with people who came home who have ended their life. And however we got there, whether it was a lie or whether it's not, and I'm going to tell you unequivocally, when I was in Kuwait, even after George Bush stood on the end of that aircraft carrier and said in 91 that the war was over, it wasn't over. Saddam was still doing dirty things. And he was moving some things to other countries as he could, because if you remember the history of the area, he had already gassed the Kurds. Okay. So I want to be very clear. Anybody can have their opinion, but I was there and I know what I saw.
Right.
And I
And I
know what
understand
and
that.
and also my boyfriend who was a Marine, has done some time over there. And so yeah.
So when I brought up me, and that's what I can talk about is me. I could talk about my kids when they were teenagers. They corn detasseled for very low wages, very, very low wages. And they would be gone from sun up to sundown, come home exhausted and filthy because it had to be done and it was a job. And you're right, nobody wants that job. But when we talk about fair wages, what is fair to one person may not be fair to another person. That is why I brought up the situation I did, because it was brought up fair wages. Erod, your fair wage may not be the same definition of my fair wage. And we all live differently, and we all have a different thought process of what a fair wage is.
I think that politicians obviously use sound bites and conjecture to make a plea. And this is my position. If you take all of these people out of all these jobs that are doing the things that Americans don't want to do and companies can't afford to pay Americans, I guess you better get ready to pay $35 for an avocado. I'm just
Well,
saying.
and that's what I was going to say. So we're going to pay a fair wage, just like across the United States, minimum wage is going up. Well, and I'll give you another example real fast here. Minimum wage is going up, but so is going to be the cost of everything, because they need to make money. Okay, they have equipment, they have buildings, they have people doing payroll and office work. Um, Shoot, I lost my train of thought on what I wanted. There was something of importance I wanted to compare to, and I'm sorry, it'll come back to me.
Probably a lot of overhead in terms of having a business and paying fair wages. It's going to increase your bottom line. You got to be able to compensate for that somehow. So you're going to pass it on to the consumer.
Well, in Iran, I want you to honestly think about this, and this is the way I look at it. And maybe I'm looking at it wrong, and I probably am looking at it wrong, and I'll admit I'm looking at it wrong. Our minimum wage jobs were made for those just entering the workforce. Your high school students, your ones just graduating from high school, nobody can survive. Even a high schooler, even somebody just out of high school, can survive on minimum wage. I get it. But,
no, you can't. 20
and,
years
and
ago,
I, pardon me?
20 years ago, you could survive on $7.25 an hour when rent was like $300 with utilities.
Well, I don't know that, so I'm sorry.
I mean, it depends where you
But
live, but
I
most
get what you're
places you could
saying.
have survived on $7.25 an hour.
The original intent of those positions was to only, it wasn't supposed to be a lifetime commitment to work at McDonald's. That's the way what my takeaway from that is. But unfortunately, there are people in our country that don't have additional skills to take other jobs. So they end up being in those positions. And I'm okay with it. If you want to work at McDonald's, work at McDonald's. If you want to clean houses, clean houses. I don't care what you do. But I think you need to be compensated for it appropriately.
Oh, I agree too, but like a lot of people that are working like McDonald's and fast food, you have places like Walmart, Target, and all that won't hire them.
Well, and that's part of the problem. Even I will give you an example. I had to get out of nursing for a while. I kind of became this cold heart person. Um, I wanted a job at Walmart. Okay, we have an echo and KSO4. It started when you come. Do you have your YouTube on, honey?
Oh, it's probably my speakers.
Okay.
Let me get my headphones.
Okay. I wanted a job. I wanted a simple job, door greeter at Walmart. Let me stock shelves at Walmart. Let me do something. I applied and applied and applied. I got an interview and they flat out told me they would not hire me because they knew I wouldn't stay there because I have a degree and I'm not used to making that money. I was willing to work. Hire me. So what if it's 3 months, 6 months, 10 years? I might have enjoyed it and stayed a lifetime.
I've had
I
the
didn't
same
get the chance.
Yeah, I've had the same thing happen to me. Um I remember it vividly. You're overqualified for this position. I'm sorry, same excuse. And actually, it was to be a clerk, a law clerk. Well, actually, a clerk in the court. And this was many, many moons ago. And I don't even think I had my master's degrees then. But anyway, I had a degree. And I'm like, why wouldn't you want someone with a degree to work here? Like, I don't know. It was weird.
Eva says, I was trying to give the wage issue for the farming work. No Americans want to. You're right. And that's why we need these immigrants. So let somebody who wants to be president come in and get them all out. Then what do? As Amanda said, we're going to pay $15 for one avocado. That's not right.
Yeah, in Naruto, I misspoke, and so I tried to correct my comment. You're absolutely correct. It's basic economics. They used COVID, they increased it because of supply chain issues. And now companies like Kraft, General Mills, I mean, you pick any Fortune 500 company that supplies food, they now have left those prices where they are. And their stockholders are getting exorbitant amounts of profits along with their
Sure.
CEOs.
Okay, is this
So,
better?
Yeah,
um,
I
it
think
was still kind of like, and I shouldn't say, well, now it's echoing really bad.
maybe it's, well, I don't have anything else open. I wonder if it's
I
me.
don't either. Do you no, it didn't start till. Chas, do you have your YouTube open? Close all your tabs, hun.
I have headphones on, and I don't think it's YouTube. I close that tab.
Okay, let's talk now. Oh, still there. Let me mute and you guys talk. Hold on, I'm gonna mute. God darn it. Okay, I muted. Do I mute it? Yeah. Nope. The hell?
Yeah, I'm muted.
Yeah, for some reason, Christine's not showing muted.
I know, but I didn't mute myself.
Some are saying there's no echo on her end.
Yeah, I don't hear one from you anymore, sir.
I
Um,
Yeah.
muted them.
with that being said, I'm going to jump down. I appreciate the discourse and conversation. Um, I've only had 2 hours of sleep in 24 hours because those of you that know my dog had her toe amputated. Well, it is squamous cell carcinoma. I got it.
Oh, wait a minute. I thought Trump wins 277 to 226.
Yeah, Fox called PA and Alaska.
Who called that? I always go off the AP. But anyway, I'm going to jump down. Thanks for letting me
When
up.
you jump down, will you look to see who's calling it?
Yes, I'll look. I'll look definitely.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Welcome.
Oh, I hate when it does that.
Hey, Dawn, how's it going? Okay, KSO4, let's hear your opinions, please.
About.
Anything you'd like.
Okay, let me see what AP's calling. Because AP still shows 247 to 214. All
Mm.
I just want them to get the results done so we know.
I just hope that this Project 2025 that Trump has denied he has anything to do with, which Agenda 47 is very similar. I hope he's telling the truth. Do I believe him? No.
I,
I
I,
know.
I don't know either. All I know is I'm debating on going to the federal courthouse to file an injunction on Amendment 1 in the state of Kentucky.
What's going on?
It passes to where non citizens can't vote, but they also said idiots and insane can't vote.
Well, how do they determine if you're an idiot or insane?
I don't know, but
Oh, wait a minute. Sorry. Breaking news, breaking news. This is not a good thing. We do no longer have any checks and balances. Not only did Trump win, but they also won the House, the Senate. They won
I
it
know
all.
I
We don't
know they
have
won
checks
the
and
House.
balances.
I know they won the House. I don't know about the Senate. Or no, they won the Senate, but the House by AP is showing 163 to 188.
But there's no checks and balances if it's all Republicans. There are no checks and balances.
Yeah.
We're supposed to have checks and balances. What happened? Yeah, so far, I'm going to jump down and jump out real fast because I'm hearing an echo, so it must be me. So I'm going to jump out and come right back, okay?
Okay. Yeah, it's scary that we're under complete GOP control. I think Trump's going to sit down with Putin, Kim Jong Un, and Zelensky, I believe, is the Ukrainian president, and try to get peace talks started and get something stopped over there in Ukraine. That's what I'm hoping for.
I don't know. Oh, that's bad.
What, Amendment 1? Amendment 1 in Kentucky passed. Amendment 2 failed. Amendment 1 passed by 67%.
Okay,
I know Amendment 2 over here, the whole still public funds to send your kids to private school, that failed bad. That failed like 69.7% of Kentucky vote no. And they only need like 50 or 51%.
oh, there's two of me now.
Oh, that's weird.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I've got to do this again. Hold on.
Let's see.
Okay, how are we now?
That's good.
Perfect. Thank you. Jesus. I'm sorry for technical difficulties. There's still some things I'm still trying to learn and figure out. So anyway, I apologize. How are they determining insane or idiot? Please tell me.
I don't know. They're adding the language to the Constitution here. So I'm guessing if you're in a group home or been to a mental hospital, you no longer can vote.
Well, I don't agree with that.
Neither do I. That's why I'm debating going to the federal courthouse to file a federal injunction against it for violations of the Civil Rights Act of 1969.
Well, Nartu, you're talking about U.S. is NATO. Well, that's because the U.S. pays the most money into NATO. But didn't Trump at one time want to pull away from NATO?
He wants to pull the United States out of NATO unless NATO starts chipping in for protection from the United States because we pretty much front NATO.
Oh, good, Sam. I'm glad you're in your last building, hon. That'll be fun. I don't know. I don't even know where to start with all this. I truly don't even know where to start.
I kind of agree with pulling out of NATO. We got to quit being the world's cops.
Well, and that's the thing with NATO. The majority of money comes from the United States. But just like all the wars in all these other countries, we fund it.
Well, we wouldn't have funded if Trump was in office in 2020. We would have never funded Israel. We would never funded Ukraine. We would never funded Lebanon.
How do you know that?
Because in 2016, Putin was wanting to go into Ukraine, and Trump kept him out of Ukraine for 4 years.
And you think all of a sudden all the money's going to stop?
Yeah, because Trump's.
Amanda, thank you.
Yeah, Trump's the one that you piss me off. I'm pushing the football. That's why Kim Jong-un didn't mess with us for 4 years. Because he knew Trump wasn't playing.
Okay. Yes. We should-
Hey,
Welcome back, Amanda.
hey, it was too much to type, so I wanted to say this to the gentleman.
Yeah.
Listen, the far right, especially evangelical Christians, have and will continue to support Israel. The United States is never going to stop supporting Israel. And not only that, we they buy so much from us in terms of ammunition and equipment that we're making a huge profit off the deal. And while I don't think that we should support Israel all the time, they're their own sovereign country. People in America are not going to allow us to not support them. And I don't know what you're talking about in terms of Lebanon. Why would we give any funds to
Biden and
terrorists?
Harris just sent $173 million to Lebanon.
For what? They're a terrorist organization.
No, done. I'm honestly praying that Trump tells the DOJ to go after Biden and Harris for treason against the American people for doing it.
Do you have any evidence of that? Because I've not seen anything.
Right before the hurricane hit North Carolina, Congress has been asking, why doesn't FEMA have money? Oh, that's right, because you sent $173 million to Lebanon without Congress's approval. Why can't you get Congress? Why can't you send money to North Carolina, Florida, Georgia?
Well, they have.
Without their approval.
They've been funding that. So let's be honest here. If you don't have evidence that they've sent money somewhere, then you shouldn't say that as a blanket statement. The United States of America has never negotiated with Lebanon. When I served in the military, they were on the list as being a no-no country, you know?
Congress is looking into them for sending $173 million to Lebanon.
Do you have any evidence of this? A link you can provide that we can look at?
Google, it's all over YouTube with Congress talking about it, especially if you look up about the hurricane.
I'm not talking about the hurricane. I'm talking about your position and what you stated on Lebanon. So I don't go based on YouTube videos. I go based on actual
I go
evidence
based off
from
of
the
what
Department of
Congress is
Justice.
asking Biden, Harris, why they sent $173 million to Lebanon and not send that money over to FEMA.
Yeah, I just don't buy that, because we would never, unless we were getting something out of the deal. We don't support Hezbollah. We just don't. And have you ever served in the military? I'm just curious.
No.
Okay.
I tried, but then got PDQ'd.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, so I'll definitely look that up, but I'm really, this line of FEMA's not being supported and people are not getting what they want to for whatever reason is just asinine. I mean, the reality is FEMA is not going to pay you everything that you lost. Number one. Number two, that's the reason you have homeowners insurance or renters insurance. If I had a loss from a tornado tomorrow, I would call Allstate and USAA and say, hey, these are my losses. I wouldn't expect FEMA to give me anything. So, Christine, what are your thoughts?
You know, I don't know a lot about Lebanon, but I cannot foresee the United States funding Lebanon. But then again, that is just my opinion. I have not done the research.
Yeah, the $750 was an immediate payment, right on the
Correct.
spot.
And I will, and I'm going to share something. You know, when we had kind of a catastrophe in our home, our insurance immediately gave us $1,000. They gave us $1,000 to immediately secure clothing, food, gas, things like that that we needed of immediate because we couldn't live in our home. And I don't live in North Carolina. From what I've heard from a few people that do, that FEMA has been doing a job along with the Cajun Navy, along with people who live there helping each other the most.
Cajun Navy is wonderful. I
Yes.
follow them.
I have an echo.
Yeah, but since you live in Florida and you've been through hurricanes and you've had losses, after that initial FEMA payment, and of course you
No,
used your
let me,
insurance.
right, but let me tell you something. I had a back wall that I lost from Adalia a little over a year ago, back in, I believe, August. Do you know I didn't get a penny from FEMA?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you if you could talk a little bit about that.
Not a penny from FEMA. I had a whole wall, my whole house, and with that wall, there was a support beam. I could have lost my own home, the whole thing, and not a damn thing from FEMA.
Um, Sorry, I was doing something. Did you file a claim with them?
I did. It was
What did they
denied.
say?
It was denied.
What reason did they give you? I'm just curious.
They didn't. They don't give reasons, or at least they did not give me a reason. It's an approval or a denial. Approval, they will tell you, normally they will send you a check or tell you when to anticipate a check. Denial, they tell you that you can reapply.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, I've never dealt with FEMA. I mean, obviously, my state, we have tons of tornadoes and losses. And when we had that tornado in March of 2023 here in my city, half the city got wiped out. I know FEMA was here for a while because I know where they were set up at. So
Well,
just everybody,
I
everybody.
honestly think FEMA didn't give us money because we were not in the direct path, but we were on the dirty side of it as it came across Florida, and just took out a freaking wall, whole back wall of my home. And I have pictures that finally I got a contractor, and it took me. This happened in August. I did not get my house finished until April.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's horrible. It's just a mess. You know, you have to deal with a contractor and
Oh,
people.
there's a bigger issue. There's a bigger issue in Florida. Try to get homeowners insurance if you live within 25 miles of a coast.
Wow.
Not happening. And when you do, my my insurance used to be probably about $1,200 a month or a year. It is now up to 5,000, and I don't know what it's going to be this year.
That's ridiculous.
That's
But I've had to, since you guys have had those hurricanes, my last renewal, mine increased twice. My car insurance did and my homeowners. Um, and they said it was because of all the losses in the region.
yeah, they're doing that everywhere.
Of course, I built back better. I changed my counters to beautiful counters. I updated everything. Hell, I figured if I'm going to go through construction, I am upgrading everything. I have a beautiful kitchen. Sorry. Not sorry.
Yeah, but it also don't help that 6 major insurance companies just left Florida.
You're right. And we're going to lose more. And you want to know something? DeSantis spent billions of dollars on commercials against the abortion and the legalization of weed, where he could have called a session and handled some of these insurance companies, or at least try to find us or have some type of funding for reasonable insurance cost.
I think he's
Yeah.
probably getting a kickback. That's why he didn't want to do it.
Oh yeah, that, and you got to be careful with insurance companies now because they're flying drones over your property without you knowing. And if they find anything that'll violate the policy, they'll drop you.
Well, do you know in the state of Florida that insurance company will not insure your home if you have a roof less than 10 years old? Even though the lifetime of a roof, normally when you put on almost every roof, has a warranty of 25 to 30 years. That's the lifetime. But anything more than 10 years, they're fighting you on it and they're increasing your fees.
Yeah, like most metal roofs have a lifetime of like 50 years, 30 to 50, depending on the material.
Yeah, well, I don't have a metal roof. We thought
Yeah,
about
no,
it,
yeah,
but
metal roof
I don't.
Florida's
I
probably not a good
couldn't.
idea.
Yeah, yeah. With all the rain, yeah, no.
No, not the rain, more of the hurricanes ripping it off. Now you have flying sheet metal through the air.
But everybody's putting solar panels on. Explain. This is another thing insurance companies are having. We need to go green, they say. People are putting solar panels on their roofs. Insurance companies aren't insuring homes that have solar panels on the roofs.
No, because they're a fire hazard.
Well,
Is what
they're a fire
that's what
hazard, and the wind's going to get underneath them and rip them out along with the roof.
uh, that depends on the solar panels. Because now they have solar panels that look like your asphalt tiles, shingles.
Correct. I'm looking at one just to heat my pool, and it's just a small one. Go on Lanai, but it will heat my pool. I just have to decide if I can continue to afford to live in this county and in this community because we are an HOA CDD. They've increased the fees. The fees are going to continue to increase. They just raised the millage because of the property value appraisers and because we voted, not me, voted to increase our millage and a half-cent sales tax. I still can't fathom why people vote to increase their taxes. I don't get it.
Oh, what? I can't remember if it was Florida or Georgia that just stripped the HOAs of their power.
That was Tallahassee in Florida. They haven't stripped it completely, but they have put very, very strict limitations on it. And I will give you an example. You may not have a non-running car in your driveway. Okay, that used to be a rule. Now you have to go back in and change the rules and say you may not have a pink, yellow, purple, black, white, tan car in your driveway not running. That's how specific you have to get.
Thanks for letting me up again. I'm going to jump down. I just didn't
I
want
put
to.
a link
Anytime,
in
please
private.
come.
Huh?
I
There's
set
a
up.
link.
Okay, yeah, I'll grab that link in the back and look at it.
And did you look under AP yet, Amanda?
Not yet, because I'm on my phone. It won't let me. It'll kick me. So
Okay.
I'll check it.
There.
If you just get a chance, it's not that big of a deal.
All right, thanks.
AP still showing 214, 248.
Well, hey, Marcy, how's it going? Marcy, you're welcome to jump up if you like. Link's pinned. If you don't see a pinned link, let me know, and I'll be happy to drop it to you. But thank you and welcome for coming. Just make sure you give a like, please.
Yeah, no, this is what's also bad, right? 27 states are Republican governors, right? Which, if Trump or the House and the Senate want to add anything to the Constitution, they have enough states to agree.
We don't have a checks and balance anymore. If the
Nope.
Senate, the state, and the president are all Republican, where is our checks and balances? Well, he wanted you guys, so I mean, he has 277. I went and looked at it. Thank you, Summer. Where's our checks and balances, though? We have nobody for checks and balances anymore. He won. Okay. Trump is our new president. We'll wait for certification. In January, inauguration. Inauguration on, I believe, Summer's birthday. Sorry.
January 6th,
No, I don't know.
because inauguration's January 6th when they swear him in.
Oh my God. That scares me, Summer. And Shelly, I know you're happy and congratulations. I'm glad it went your way.
Yeah, I don't know how true this is, but my wife saw an article claiming allegedly the far right is declaring civil war.
Now, oh, what's the music? I don't believe we're going to be civil war. I mean, my gosh, there's no flipping way. You can't even get a group of people together to agree and do one thing. I do not foresee a civil war. Inauguration's January 20th, always has been Summer's birthday. Why do you think civil war?
She saw an article on Newsbreak where the far right's claiming they don't care who won, they're causing havoc. I don't know how
Well,
true it is. That's why I'm saying allegedly that's what's coming out of the far right's mouth right now.
oh, I don't believe there's going to be a civil war. I don't think you can get enough people to do that. I don't think they're organized enough. And my God, there's so much division. There's no way.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were only calling for civil war if he lost.
Okay.
Oh, Summer's coming. Hey,
Hey,
baby girl.
well, inauguration has always been on January 20th. That is my birthday, so trust me. I know when inauguration, it's every 4 years. Always been on, never been on January 6th.
Or
And
okay,
then
sixth
also I
when
was
they
coming up.
certify it.
Right, the six is certificate.
No, 6th,
Okay.
right. They swear them in on January 20th. They always have.
Right,
And
but
then also, what was the other thing? Go ahead.
I was
I
just going to
thought
say they always have to certify.
I thought January 6th was always the certification. That's why
Well,
Trump
it's not
told them to
January.
go.
It's not January 6th. Every year, it's like either first, second Tuesday, or Friday, or whatever it
Right.
is of the
January
month.
6th is when a bunch of fucking hillbillies broke into the Capitol. That's what
Right,
January 6th is.
right. That date changes. The day does not, but the date does.
Yeah, when they do the certification, it's in the beginning of the year. They can the date can be anywhere from the first to the fifth, and
Yeah.
then they swear them in on my birthday. They always have.
So CNN says 266.
CNN's been wrong all night
Aging
long.
behind.
I'm telling you
Yeah.
guys, he won. He won
Oh, I know.
277.
I knew he won. I knew he won.
And he's okay. I can talk, please. He's and we're listening to CNN right now, and they just said that Trump won. I mean, trust me, I don't want to get up here and tell you guys, but he won, and they won full control of everything. So get ready. And for everybody, for everybody that voted for him, I hope we're wrong. I hope all the fucking bullshit that he says is completely, and he said it, nobody else but him. I hope we're wrong. I hope he comes out to be the best fucking president ever. Because if he's not, even the people that voted for him are going to live to regret it. Not just those of us that didn't vote for him. I can promise you that.
I agree.
All of them, Shelley, have already declared it. So what's there to think about? You just better hope that he doesn't do half of what he's already said he was going to do. So there's that. He's going to lock up the LGBT people. People have no idea. You can love us all day long. That's not what we're talking about. I love you too, baby. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. You all
He
better
doesn't.
hope he doesn't do. I mean, well, then again, people don't care about that. The people that don't care about the LGBT community, people that don't care about, women, people that don't care. I guess it doesn't bother them. But some of us are a little like, what the fuck?
Yeah, right. What the fuck? What else is there to say? What the fuck? I mean, we're
Crazy, dude.
talking
And like I
about
said, I hope.
biracial.
Interracial marriage, everything, all of it. They've already tried to attack it with last election. So
Birth control, in vitro fertilization, doubling the military cost.
Oh, hippie.
there is no getting it, Katrina. He has 277. It's done. Yeah, you guys, it's done. He already he won Pennsylvania. 277 is what he has. It's over with. Yeah, 271. Oh, I was just reading your comment. That's why I said that.
I don't even know what to say. I honestly am speechless.
Well, a lot of people that said they weren't, this wasn't just Republicans that did this. This is Democrats that did this too.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Oh yeah. What was it?
That's why this just happened.
One of the news agencies was saying like 700,000 Democrats changed to Republicans in one state.
Well, I will share with you. In the state of Florida, to go into a primary, I had to change from independent to Republican so I could vote in the primary because they were only allowing.
Oh yeah, I said he was.
Yeah, that's what we do.
Yeah, I said it before. I said he was going to win. So I mean, I'm not shocked. I'm shocked that they have control of everything. That's what I'm shocked
Yeah,
about. Because that's dangerous.
That's what scares me. You're right. That is 100% dangerous.
I'm about him being president. He's already been president once, and we survived, and it'll be okay. But him having full control of everything is meaning he can pass a lot of shit.
Well, and like I said before, that even if he becomes president, it shouldn't be any big deal because we have the House and Senate. Well, I blew that right out of the water,
Well, you
didn't
better
I?
hope, Shelley. You better hope. You better hope that he doesn't attack the LGBT community. You better hope he doesn't attack women like he said he has. These are his own fucking words. So you can be tired all you want, but the people you all say that you all love are about to get really fucking hurt, and that's sickening.
And how do you love a man that,
Yes,
that
and
doesn't even know you?
and yes, I'm going to say that. Yes, hold on, and yes, I am going to make it very clear: the people we all say we love are fucked. Sorry, go ahead, Christine.
Well, how I don't understand. I've listened to all these rallies, I've listened to all these Trump supporters that they love this man. This man's going to save us. How does one man do that? And how do you love a man that doesn't even know who you are?
That I don't know because
And I understand why people voted. But this is my thing. The same people say they love. This is it's mind blowing because I really don't think people realize what just happened. I really don't. But you will very soon. Don't worry.
Yeah, there goes the Civil Rights Act, there goes Title IX, there goes disability, there goes all of it.
And I hope
Civil
to God
rights.
I'm wrong. Hope to God I'm wrong. I hope to God I'm wrong. I hope you guys will be like, Summer, you were overacting. He didn't do any of this. But these are things he has said. I've heard him out of his own mouth say.
Yep. And he has theories without any implementation. There's a problem there.
Oh yeah, you can kiss same-sex marriage goodbye. You can kiss being trans goodbye. It's all going to be outlawed.
Again, and interracial marriage is also there with that, you guys.
Yeah.
So just FYI.
Because they're going to want pretty much your white conservative, God-fearing families. That's what's going to happen.
Shelley, the first 4 years was different after 2020. Life has changed since after 2020. We will never be able to go back
We
to
were on
2016.
lockdown. We were on lockdown, dude. That's what he ran. He ran half of a country because we were on lockdown.
And on top of that, he paid everybody to sit on their asses. Gave everybody free money.
Some of us.
And
Other
Katrina, I
ones
know you
work
said
their
they want
asses.
married families, but me and my husband that are interracial, that was actually on the ballot. So they don't want married couples. They want not interracial married people.
Yeah.
Shelly, I hope it's fine. I'm nervous. I will be 100% honest with you. This concerns me. Totally. Amanda, he did not tell people to drink bleach. I'm going to stop that now. He might have interpreted it that way, but that's not what he said. I'm just blown away.
Yeah. I mean, because now you have the House and the Senate that's Republican ran. 2016 to 2020, the Democrats were stopping them every which way they could, impeaching them. They had the votes to do it. Now he has control of both. There goes his. He has control of all his plans.
I wasn't too concerned. I mean, I was, but I wasn't too concerned if he got president because I figured we had checks and balances with the House and Senate. I've lost all hope.
Well, I hope you're. I hope we're wrong, Shelly. I really do. This is one time that I will give my right leg to be fucking wrong. I'll just say that now.
I hope I'm wrong too. I don't think I am, though.
I'm more worried about the Civil Rights Act, ADA, Title II, Title IX, Title VII.
Title Amendment 1.
Yeah, Amendment 1, where,
We can all have Amendment 2, though. Don't worry about it. We got this. Until they come in and say, no, we want them.
oh, the Second Amendment?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the First Amendment's under attack in a lot of states anyway.
It's under attack here in Florida. It's been under attack for a year now.
Yeah, several places in Colorado made it illegal to film public officials within 8 feet without their permission. There's other places.
It is nasty. It's going to be very interesting. Okay, guys, the link is pinned. I'm going to re-put. Everybody's welcome.
Yeah.
Only ask that we be respectful. We're all going to have difference of opinions. Just keep it respectful.
Yeah, South Carolina just passed a law that anybody over the age of 18 can no longer wear a mask in public. New Jersey did the same thing. Katrina, you want to know why the panic? Because Trump can shut down Social Security. And that's going to screw a lot of disabled people and a lot of retired people.
See, I don't see that. I see more of the governors cutting back on Medicaid, on who is allowed and not allowed to get it. I understand that disability has made it harder. I don't see where he completely took it away. I think it's more of the states.
He can ask the Inspector General of the Social Security Administration, the CDR, review everyone and ask doctors' opinions if these conditions could be curable by being put on
Right.
medications. And if the doctors say yeah, boom, cut them.
Right, but that's more at a state level because Medicaid is state, not federal.
Medicaid's both state and federal.
Well, I understand, but you have to apply through the state.
Yeah, the state agencies, but it's all federal funding.
Medicare's different.
Medicaid comes from federal funding that each state gives out.
To a portion. You're correct. I'm not disagreeing with you. And I'm not disagreeing that it's at risk.
Yeah. SSI does not have to pay taxes. That's the only one that cannot. You don't pay taxes on.
That's not true. That is incorrect. That is 100% incorrect.
What, SSI?
Yes,
Supplemental Social Security, you do not pay taxes on.
that is incorrect. And you want me to tell you why it's incorrect? Because there are some people who get $1,000 a month. There are some people who get over $4,000 a month. If you have,
They're not getting SSI then because SSI is capped at 943. They're getting SSI supplemented with SSDI. SSDI you have to pay taxes on, not
So-
SSI.
you're again, Social Security is SSI. If depending upon if they redo, let's say for example, my husband and I are both on SSI. We are a married couple. If we both are getting $4,200 a month, we are now getting taxed because we are in that bracket where we have to claim it and pay taxes.
Not on SSI because for a married couple both being on SSI, the max income is $1,473.
Well, I just want to say I'm on SSDI. I got it within 32 days because I have a terminal illness. I got it in 2019. It gives you the option to have taxes taken out. I chose on the form not to have taxes taken out. So I don't pay anything at the end of the year. I don't even have to file taxes, but I do. So, and my neighbor gets SSI. It's like 800 and something a month or something, and she doesn't pay any tax on it.
Yeah,
Correct.
I bet.
But if you're getting $4,200 a month, you are going to pay taxes on it.
Yeah, I wonder what the threshold is, to be honest with you, because
SSI is maxed at 943. Period. Across the board. Doesn't matter
Okay,
what conditions
what
you
is-
have.
What is SSI?
Supplemental Social Security income that is given to people that are low income or don't
Okay.
have any assets.
And
SSDI is from, so technically SSDI is federal. SSI
I
gets
did.
federal funding, but the
Okay.
states give you SSI, not the federal government.
Okay, what is Social Security? What abbreviations are those?
SSA.
yeah,
Okay,
that's
sorry,
retirement.
I was wrong. Sorry.
But like my SSDI, I worked my whole life. I got all of my work credits. I paid in. And so when I became disabled, they took like the top 5 years of my income and somehow formulated it to what I get a month.
And that would have been the same thing if you took it at 65. Whatever you get for SSDI, it is the same that you would have got at age 65 at retirement.
Yeah. SSI is just for low income, blind, disabled, and people 65 and older that have not met the threshold for retirement benefits.
I have a chart for my state. Let me go get it. Hang on.
Yeah, because like SSI, you have to have under $2,000 in assets.
Okay, and like I said, I'm wrong, and I just get confused over that a little bit.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, SSI is administered by the Social Security Administration. They handle the program for the state, but it's all state based with SSI through the SSA.
Because
SSDI is all Social Security.
right, and I was looking at Social Security because I look at my husband who makes $4,200 a month,
Yeah,
and he is taxed on.
yeah, yeah. Like your SSDI, your retirement benefits. Yeah, those are taxed.
And it sucks because, and I understand the SSI and the SSDI, you're not making as much as Social Security, and it's not enough to live on when you're on SSI. I get it. But somebody who's getting Social Security, they've worked their entire time, and the amount that they put in, they're getting it back finally.
Yeah, yeah. Like your retirement though, you get like the 40 credits over so many years. Then they take like the top so many years of earnings, and then they calculate that for your retirement.
Okay, so SSI. Um, let me look here. An individual income limit for SSI for one person is $943. A couple is $1,415, and a resource limit for an individual is $2,000. A couple is $3,000.
They want to keep you poor.
Yeah,
Dollars plus one half a remainder. There's some kind of formulation they use. Elderly, blind, disabled. Elderly is defined as 65 or older. Anyway, it just gives you a chart and it tells you what kind of things are considered assets toward the resource limit. So I helped my friend with her Medicaid.
Well, when you
That's
have
how I know
when you
this.
when you have Social Security, your other assets you have does not affect it. Now, how it does affect it, let's say for example, my husband's on Social Security and has an IRA and takes extra money out to live on to have the quality of life that he's used to. We are taxed.
Yeah, so let me tell you what's excluded when you go to apply for SSI. A home is excluded, one car is excluded, a second car can be excluded if it's essential to the means of self support of the individual or couple. Life insurance without a cash surrender value they can have, burial spaces, irrevocable burial arrangements, personal effects, and then things that, that count towards your resource limit are like stocks, bonds, real property, stuff like that. Life insurance with cash values. Sorry, my mouth is, I just had surgery back in September, so I still have issues.
You're doing fine, honey.
So that's just a chart for Arkansas. Like I said, I have a friend. She has stage 4 pancreatic cancer, and she's been alive for 2 years, and she's a miracle. Um, and so the chemo has caused significant cognitive decline for her. And so I help her do her Medicaid and her Medicare. And I got her qualified to have her Part B paid for. So that's a little secret about what I do on my free time that I just never told y'all.
yeah,
I don't charge anybody, you know.
yeah. The only thing that sucks about SSI, you cannot have any income coming in.
Let me look here at the chart.
Yeah, when you're Social Security, you can still work and
Yeah, like SSI. No, if my wife was to go get a job, they'd cut my check completely.
right.
It says cash on hand and in the bank, and then it says less income received that month. It doesn't say what the limit, though, about the cash on hand is.
2,000.
I was gonna say I think it's 2,000 in most places.
2,000 individual, 3,000 as a couple is all you can have. Anything over that, and they find out, they can cut your SSI completely.
Right. It took me 3 hours to get this chart from DHS here. Like, literally, I had to beg them to give me a link to find this chart because they don't want to tell you this stuff.
Yeah,
It's ridiculous.
because the way the minimum wage at most jobs now, because they don't do 725. Because before they would, the first 85 of her check wouldn't count towards it. Then like half of it would count against the SSI. Now they said if she ever gets a job, I lose it. Period.
Yeah, and I didn't know this either till looking on the chart. They have an autism program through the state. And the kid, if they have autism, if they meet the resource limit and guidelines, they can also qualify for SSI.
Yeah. Because I mean, me and my son both have it.
Tefra's another one.
Except he got his pretty quick. It only took 2 months to get his.
Former foster care. I've never seen that one before. Unborn child.
Yeah, you can apply on an unborn child if they have certain medical conditions in utero.
Yes, I'm reading that. And what's
Yeah,
interesting, here's
fine
a
if
question.
it's the Down syndrome, things like that.
Hydrocephalus.
Here's an interesting thing. So, are we going to start taxing unborn kids since some Republicans believe that life begins at conception?
They don't have Social Security number. Are we going to start giving Social Security numbers at conception? I'm
That's
just
what I'm
asking.
wondering.
I don't know. That's like how some states are starting to allow women to go after men for child support in utero.
Well, I mean, we might as well.
They're allowing them to go after medical bills, not child support. Medical bills, is my understanding.
Some of them call it child support, or it falls under child support, but it probably gets paid back to Medicaid.
This is interesting, guys. On the unborn child, you only get it for 60 days postpartum, and then you're kicked off the program. And if I remember correctly, Sarah Huckabee Sanders had a press conference about a month or so, maybe more, and they were trying to. People wanted her to extend that because we have so many. A lot of moms have postpartum issues that last longer than 60 days. She would not extend it. She would not sign it. But she's all for families, right?
Is she the one that ended up eminent domain and all that property from the Chinese?
Oh, you're talking about Stuttgart. Okay, so it's my understanding, yes, what they did is they passed a piece of legislation in order to block that and do what they did. It's funny that you know about that.
I live in Kentucky.
Yeah, so you probably saw it in the news.
Yeah.
No Chinese company at all can buy any farmland here, supposedly.
BlackRock has been stopped by DeSantis. DeSantis can't buy, or BlackRock cannot buy any here. Hey, Hammer, yes, Trump won. And the Senate and House took over.
Yeah, it's all Republican ran.
And Hammer, I have a question. And I know you've been a Trump supporter. I have no problem with that. But I'm concerned about checks and balances if the House and Senate is now Republican.
Oh, it's not even just the House and Senate. Now you have 27 Republican governors that pretty much the Republicans can add or subtract from the Constitution. There's 2/3 majority to do whatever.
Yep. And I don't even know the filibuster will work.
Nope. Since there's 27 Republican states, it takes That's it. They can
Trump talked
ratify
about it.
or
I'm sorry.
take. They can add or subtract from the Constitution as they please. There's enough in Congress. There's enough in the House. Now there's enough in the states.
Well, my understanding, Trump wants to get rid of the filibusters.
Yeah.
Of course he does. Anything that's going to benefit or help anybody other than him, he's not for it at all. So it's going to be real interesting to see what happens. You know, when he was president and he was still tweeting when he had access to tweet on Twitter, every morning I woke up scared that we had been nuked. Seriously. Because of something that idiot said during the night. I shouldn't have to live that way. What is Summer said? Oh my fucking god, is an idiot. Put a name on it. I guess I'm missing something.
Yeah, so am I.
Me too.
I'm gonna jump back down.
I assumed she was OFMG because of Trump being on the news.
Oh, I bet. She's like the rest of us, pissed off about it. I'm trying to contain my piss offness because it just makes my blood pressure go up and then my liver hurts. So, I'm going to jump down to chat.
You're welcome to come back up when you're ready.
Yeah, and I'm wondering about all the lawsuits that are pending.
I'm just speechless.
So am I. I know, but like both sides had lawsuits drawn up, and they were going to file after the results came in.
Well, I don't know if they can start filing lawsuits until after the certification.
Yeah. But I mean, Trump's not. The only thing that's going to be an issue is Trump can't go to a lot of countries being a convicted felon. Because you can't go to Australia as a convicted felon. You can't go to Canada. Most of our allies have laws that if you're a felon, you can't go to their country.
Hold on one second. Hammer, I've decided, I've said, and I'm going to say this again, we can disagree, we can have differencing of opinions, but we are going to be respectful.
Oh, yeah. Okay, the New York stuff was state, right? Or was that federal? Because if the fraud charges were under the state of New York, there's nothing they can do to pardon him. The only thing is he appeals it all the way to the Supreme Court. And like any pending felony charges, the way I understand it, no sitting president can legally pardon themselves.
If he works something out, Biden, well, even Biden can't pardon him. It's not federal, it is state.
Yeah. I can't.
Could the
Right.
governor pardon him? Maybe.
Yeah, like the governor in New York's going to pardon Trump. I highly doubt it.
He wants to get in good, honey.
Yeah. I mean, the only other
Think
options.
about
Yeah, I mean, the only other options to take it to, what is that, the First or Second Circuit Court of Appeals, appeal it there, and then if it gets denied there, take it to the Supreme Court, and they overturn the conviction.
I don't think he'll spend a day in jail either. I think the charges are all going to be dropped now.
He's already been convicted on 34 counts. The rest of the
I
charges out of like Georgia and all that's been dropped. On top of that, he's not going to be able to spend a day in prison being the president elect unless they put him under house arrest at the White House.
Kelly, love you dearly, but if you think the witch hunt should be over, I think that's a delusion. Uh, and I mean that with all love.
No, I think the witch hunt still needs to continue and get all the bad people out of all the high power places that they're at. Plus, I don't know if you heard that Diddy got into trouble for having drugs and weapons in his jail cell
That doesn't surprise me.
when they raided it, like I think last week or the week before last.
It should be rated it daily.
Yeah,
My opinion. I feel like this is war on women, people of color, people in same sexes. Oh my God.
I'm worried about everybody. Especially like the ones that are helpless, like a lot of the disabled people are.
I'm speechless. I'm actually speechless. Now I gotta stress eat. Eat, yes. Yeah, everything I'm seeing, he's got his 277. He is now the new president of the United States.
I mean, he's took PA, Wisconsin, Michigan are going to end up going to him. Alaska's going to him. Yeah, there's no chance for Harris. Yeah, I
And
know
you know,
training.
that's the Democrats' fault. It is the Democrats' fault. They did they did not put up the right person to even try to fix this. That's my opinion.
Honestly, I think if it came down between Trump and Bashir, we'd have a Democrat in office right now. Andy Bashir would have won by a landslide. But I mean, I understand why Bashir didn't want to run.
Sure will be this time. I'm not going to act like doom and gloom. I'm going to try to be the delusional person thinking that this is going to help the American people. You hear the word delusional, right? Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah. It's just a wait and see what the next 4 years brings.
we're going to have to watch Vance very closely because Trump can only do 4 years and Vance will be up for that. So we're going to have to watch very closely.
I even if Vance does run in the next 4 after this, depending on what he does this next 4 years, may be a factor of him not winning.
It's going to be a factor in the Democrats picking the right person.
And I really believe the right person would be Bashir, but he needs a little more time in politics.
Okay, did everybody's gas go down to less than $1 a gallon? I'm just asking.
Put on what?
Did anybody's gas now go down to less than $1 a gallon now that he's been declared president? Run to the gas station and tell me.
Last I checked, it was $2.33 a gallon.
We all knew that ticket wasn't going to win. We did.
Yeah.
I've got like 50 text messages. I'm not even answering them. Not even looking at them. I'll deal with them tomorrow. Because I know what they say.
Let me guess. Trump won.
Yeah, I was wrong. They were right. Can't help all of us. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I wondered how true political is.
No, Shelley, you're right. Nothing happens overnight. It can happen swiftly, though. He is not a patient man. He is not a patient man.
Yeah. Like earlier this morning, I was talking to this real nice kid who came over here the proper way with his family. And he was mad about what was going on at the border. And he wishes he could have voted in this election.
We created this order. We allowed
Yeah.
it to happen. Elon Musk isn't even American, Theo.
Elon Musk can't run for president. Joe Rogan, I think, can. The only issue is, I think we're running out of people who can legally run. With how easy it is to pick up
They have to find
felonies or high misdemeanors that prevent you from running.
they
Or
have to
any.
find a new person and get them ready. That's what they
Yeah.
have to do. Exactly what they have to do.
Yeah, we got to put new people in. Plus, we also need to put dang term limits both on the Senate and the House.
I am all for term limits. Term limits for everybody.
That, and we need to go back to multi-party politics.
What do you mean multi-party politics?
where you have Democrats, Republicans, the Green Party, the Libertarian Party.
You have those. Did you not look at your ballot?
Our ballots are mainly nonpartisan. Only Republicans and Democrats are the House and Senate. The rest of them are all nonpartisan. Like
Well,
our mayors and all that. We didn't have that many to choose from.
neither did we. Even our judges. All our judges, we had like 10 judges. Nobody against them. Do we keep them? Do we not keep them? How am I supposed to know? Get rid of them all, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Like most of the people in Kentucky are all nonpartisan. They're not Democrat or Republican, at least on the ballot. Don't know about personally.
I have to look because they were trying. There was something on our ballot about making schools partisan, and I don't want that. I want the schools to remain nonpartisan. Our school boards.
Yeah.
Make them partisans, we're screwed.
Yeah, like our school board over here is nonpartisan, or at least it's supposed to be
Well,
nonpartisan.
ours is right now too, but there was something on the ballot to change it to a partisan. Oh no, I'm not for Newsom. I would never have voted for that man. Don.
It would have been almost 400 electoral college votes over Newsom. Newsom would have probably got California, Oregon, Washington. The rest of the country would have said, yeah, no. Nobody likes Gavin Newsom.
Bernie Sanders, Matthew, I may have. Bernie, or Matthew, the link's there if you'd like to come up.
Yeah, Bernie's back in, what is it, the Senate or the House? He got voted back in. It's like, come on, dude. Go spend your retirement on a beach.
Well, and that's what I was going to say. Here we go again with the older white men. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry for saying that pisses people off. How I feel.
Hell, at least Mitch McConnell bowed out. He knew he was done.
You know, I didn't mind Hakeem Jeffries. I really didn't.
I don't even know who that is.
I think he needs more experience. It's like the other one. Oh, what's his name? There's another one too. No, I was not. I was there when Jesse Ventura was governor.
Jesse Ventura's, he's out there. Good guy, but he's out there on some things.
Well, I get it, but it was just the irony that I was there when he was.
Oh, honestly, I think if Andy Beshear was up against Trump, Beshear would have won it. I really do. I like Beshear. But you got politics over here that try to block him every which way. He tries to get stuff done.
Yeah, and Matthew, you're right. The Democrats picked the wrong candidate.
Yeah, I think they could have picked any other Democrat besides Harris, and they would have had a chance to win.
I agree.
Because when you have polls that are saying 70% of America says the United States is going in the wrong direction with Biden and Harris, that should have woke the Democrats up. Like, no, we shouldn't even put the VP as the candidate. We need to find somebody else.
I would have voted for Michelle Obama.
I'm I probably would have.
I would have. Smart, articulate, educated. Yeah, I would have. Into politics, even though it was her husband. Yeah, I would have.
Yeah, Michelle tried to do a lot. Actually, she did a lot of good things when Obama was in office, fixing like the school
Absolutely,
lunches.
she did. Absolutely.
Was worried about obesity in children. Yeah, I would have voted for her.
Um,
Yeah, but it didn't help this year either that you had 700, 800,000 Amish people registering to vote in like Pennsylvania, Michigan.
even though they're Amish, they still have the right.
Yeah, but but most of the time the Amish don't get into politics. They try to stay out of it. Because I watched this one guy that left the Amish who was helping them register to vote. And they were telling him the only reason we're registering is because there's like 17 or 18 lawsuits in Pennsylvania because the EPA came in and shut their farms down under the Biden Harris administration. There's only like one of them ever being talked in the news, but there's a bunch of them that are being fought, and they're not happy. And I looked at the history of when the last time the Amish voted was when they voted Reagan in. I don't think the patriarch fears them. I just think we got to find the right one that's not going to take no shit from any politician, male politician. We need like a alpha driven female.
Well, I don't think you're going to find many of those. But I will also share, I believe February 18th, the Fed's supposed to drop the interest rate again. Just let you know.
I'll believe that when I see it.
Well, it's scheduled. It's been scheduled for months.
Yeah, it may be scheduled, but now look who's getting in office on January 25th. He can put a stop to it. So can the Senate and the House now. They could be like, nope, the feds can't drop it.
No. You're talking November 18th. That is still under this administration.
I thought you said February.
No, November 18th.
Ah, okay, I misunderstood.
That's okay. I'm right about it.
Yeah.
Our whole country's been betrayed. Our whole country, it's about optics right now. It's all optics.
Yeah. It's all, honestly, it's the NRA. It's all these big pharma, big oil. They're going to put who the hell they want in.
Okay, but I gotta admit, okay, I'm gonna give credit where credit's due. He won the popular vote and the electoral vote. That's hard to do.
Yeah.
So I do have to give credit where credit's due because I'm not doing this doom and gloom. Doom and gloom will kill us.
I mean, we'll get through the 4 years.
Well, we always do. But you know something? I don't know how old you are. I look at it that I'm at the end towards my life. I have to fight for my children and grandchildren. My grandchildren are just starting.
Yeah, same here. I'm more
That's who
worried
I
about
fight for.
yeah, that's who I'm more worried about are my
Yeah,
kids.
yeah, and my grandchildren. Those are who I'm concerned over. Me, yeah, I'm at the end.
I mean, I'm in the middle, but I still got to worry about their future.
Well, sure, because anything within the next 15 years is going to affect them. Anything we put into play now is going to affect them. Huh, Marcy. So, is it our turn to storm the Capitol? And Marcy, I'll be honest, I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. I'm going to vote for the person that I think is going to help the country the best. I don't care what they are. I don't think so, Matty, because originally Trump came out in Florida against it because we had it on our amendment. He came out against it just like he came out against abortion in the beginning, but then he knew that was the wrong thing to do and say, so he changed.
I see Trump legalizing marijuana. I mean, hell, most of the states have it legal in some form.
Mostly medical.
Yeah, mostly medical, few recreational, but
And we
like,
failed our recreational
yeah,
in Florida.
like Kansas, they already have the tax stamp set up for weed. I just don't know if they'll ever pass medical or recreational out there.
Well, Mafty, you can say the average male voted, but you know something? He had Democrats, Republicans, male, females, and all different races. That's the only way he won. Oh, it's raining here too, Summer.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he had people from every walk of life voted for him.
Not so bad. Give it a chance. See what it does for us. But I'm, like I said, concerned about the future generations. Abortion rights might take a wider turn. Meaning what, Matthew? What do you mean by take a wider turn? We had an amendment here in Florida that we were removing the 6-week abortion ban that Florida put in after Roe v. Wade. They had a 15-week, and DeSantis and Tallahassee made it 6-week.
That was like Arizona. They have a 15-week abortion ban.
Yeah. A lot of times women don't even know they're pregnant at 6 weeks.
Oh, I
What?
don't know. I don't know if you heard this story, but I was going reading, came across my phone earlier this morning that this 18-year-old went to the ER, like 3 different ERs in 20 hours because of a miscarriage and ended up dying. And the hospital wouldn't do nothing.
Doesn't surprise me. Doctors are afraid. Doesn't surprise me. I need to hand out hangers tomorrow.
Yeah. How it sounds, it was more of an ectopic pregnancy, and they just didn't want to do anything. They couldn't do anything about it.
An ectopic pregnancy can kill a woman. Oh, I bet there's a whole, yeah, I bet you there's a whole lot more we're just not hearing about. And doctors are afraid.
Yeah.
Just like they were afraid during the virus, they were afraid to speak up.
I mean, the doctors that did speak up got fired.
Or their license censured. Sure.
Yeah.
Doctors and nurses.
Like over here in Kentucky, and I believe Indiana did the same thing as Kentucky. They were calling in doctors who retired as long as their license expired within like 2 or 5 years.
Yeah.
They were telling them, "Hey, we need your help."
Well, it was just like nurses. Um, Nurses normally have a license in one state. Very few had compact states. And during that time period, they gave everybody free reign to go work in any state you want to without getting a license.
So you didn't have like NERT.
I have a compact state. I can work in numerous without going to get a license in a state, but a lot of nurses do not.
Yeah, that's like a lot of like EMTs, because you have to have like your national license besides your state license.
Right. And when you go to a different state, you have to apply for a state license. They normally fingerprint you, swab you, background check
Yeah.
every time. And Mafty, our military spending is going to double to trillions. I don't know where all this money's coming from. Let's just print it up.
And let's just print up more money that we don't have.
We're going to print it up. Don't worry about it. All right? Don't matter how far debt we are.
Because I don't know what the dollar's worth now. About, I think it was like 10 years ago. By the time you technically pay taxes on a dollar, our dollars, like 10 years ago, was only worth like 18 cents to the dollar if we were to pay taxes on a dollar bill.
Yeah, it's a little bit better now.
Huh?
It's a little bit better now, but it depends on how many dollar bills you have. Can we take capital gains tax away?
Can we take almost all the taxes away?
Right? Let us be us.
Especially our property tax?
Let's not even discuss property tax.
To me, okay, the way I see it, if you have a mortgage, okay, yeah, you got to pay property tax. But as soon as you pay it off, no more property tax.
Well, you know, on my home that I classify as homestead that I live in, they can only increase me 3% every year for property tax. Now I have another home that's not homesteaded because I don't technically live in there. They can take it up to 15%. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
So, Dustin, hold the fort down just for about 2 seconds, please, okay?
All right.
Just keep everybody engaged.
Yeah, that's sad. That's happening. It should not be happening in 2024. Honestly, I don't think anybody should be dying in parking lots or anywhere. I mean, I'm worried about my daughter's future. All I can do is try to put the right people in, and hopefully they do the right thing. And just prepare for the consequences. And Marcy, I actually agree. We got to educate the youth as to maybe rising up. It, it may be time, or it may be time to strategically plan and at least have a strategy before doing it.
But rising up for what?
Huh?
And rising up for what?
I think she's talking about like a revolutionary war against the government.
I don't foresee that happening.
I see it could happen, but you got to be strategic about it. You got to start planning. You
We
can't
can't. We can't even decide. My neighbor and I can't even decide where the freaking property line is. You think we're gonna rise up against the government?
you don't have metal stakes on your property?
I do. I had to get somebody out here to find them and do it. Yeah.
Mm, yeah,
Fences make good neighbors.
yeah.
Hey, Don,
But I
David, Don.
mean, before we could even rise up, we all have to unite for one simple cause.
But you're not going to do that. Look how many people believe in Trump.
Yeah,
I mean, seriously.
yeah. I mean, a lot of people believe he's their Lord and Savior.
I know.
He's not my Lord and Savior. There's only one Lord and Savior, and
Night, Don.
he'll return one day, and that's my beliefs. I mean, everybody has theirs.
No, I believe the same way that someday I will, Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior. I will go home to God.
Yeah,
I just hope it's not sooner than later. I have lots of things still to do on this world.
yeah. Same here.
I'm not done.
The way I see it, if it's my Father in heaven's will, His will will always be done when it's on His time.
Marcy, I have young sons. I have educated, telling blue in the face, and they all still voted for Trump. They think Trump's going to help them. Trump's only going to help himself.
Yeah, he's going to help himself and everybody that's in his pockets.
Right. The rich are going to get richer, and the poor are going to get poorer, and there's no middle class. And we've been saying this for decades. That's happening. Well, here we are. That's just my opinion. Mm. So, Chaos, what other amendments? Were there any amendments on your ballot in Kentucky?
Amendment 2 failed, which was to take the public funding from public schools and allow it to be used for private schools
Oh,
with
it
vouchers.
failed.
It failed,
Good
massively
job.
failed.
Good
Almost
job.
almost 70% of Kentucky voted no.
That is
Amendment
perfect.
and then Amendment 1 is to where non-citizens cannot vote both in state and federal elections, but they're also adding like felons and some other stuff in there without pardons. And then section 3 of it, they're adding idiots and insane.
Did they actually use the word idiot?
Yep, they used the word idiot and insane.
Wow.
Oh, I voted no on that. It's like, no, I'm not going to support.
Well, I will tell you, it was a good thing that it failed. About, hey, Tally, Bruno probably, yeah, probably try and do that handstand. And Christine, Debbie Downer, much, just joking. You were talking to the delusional optimism. I'm trying to be optimistic. I'm trying, I brought up about the interest rates, and I brought up about, maybe he'll make it better for everybody. I'm trying. I really am trying. But, Cass, it is so good that you wrote it down. They're probably still on the back panel of TPP. But wrote it down, that voucher thing, because it is affecting Florida schools. We have the voucher, and it is affecting our public schools. And it saddens me because it's going to be the ones that have a little bit of money or more money to be able to help pay the difference. And it's taking money away from our inner city schools and our less poor schools.
Yeah.
That does bother me.
Yeah, it was going to take a lot of funding from. It was mainly a lot of the rural school districts that it would affect more than like the inner city schools. Like Lexington, Frankfort, and Louisville probably wouldn't have felt.
Yeah, they would have. Eventually, they would have. 2 years, they would have.
Yeah,
2 years.
yeah, but when you're talking 500,000 plus per town, they're not really going to feel it as bad as like Owensboro, Henderson.
Right. But there's more to just that voucher. I'm going to tell you what we have learned. That the private schools that these kids are going to, and they're taking the government money with them as vouchers, they're also taking teachers because they're paying them more. So we're losing teachers, we're losing less experienced teachers. It's a trickle down.
Yeah, I mean, we would have lost a lot of teachers. On top of that, the private schools don't have to follow ADA Title 9.
No, they don't. No, they
Even
don't.
have to honor IEPs.
No, they do not. You are one, and neither do charter schools. I don't know about you guys, but we're getting charter schools popping up.
There might be some charter schools here. I don't think there's some in my town, but like Louisville, Lexington, there probably are. Because we have Davis County Public Schools and Owensboro Public Schools over here. And then you have Owensboro Catholic, which I don't know if that's a charter school or if they fall under one of the public schools.
No, they don't fall under either. They're a Catholic school and they still get the voucher money. Talk about separation of church and state.
Yeah, I don't think they get vouchers. I think parents have to pay enrollment and all that.
Well, here in Florida, you can send your child to a Catholic school and get the voucher and take that. But what they've determined that, like, let's just say, I'm just throwing numbers out there, let's say the voucher is $10,000. Well, the Catholic school has now raised it to 12,000. So the family still has to come up with 2,000 extra. But they are accepting vouchers. Any school. And we're not even talking about accredited schools.
Yeah, kind of what happened up in Ohio, where the charter school popped up as a high school, was not even accredited. The guy got into a lot of trouble. There was a
But
documentary on HBO about it.
but what I see happening, some of these charter schools that are popping up and no IEPs or 504s, first of all, they're discriminating. That's my opinion. Second of all, we're just starting this. How is this going to affect college entrances?
I'm one. That's what I'm curious about because, like, I know if you homeschool your kids, they still have to go do the GED. They don't get a high school diploma.
Oh, see here, as long as there's certain tests before they graduate, and as long as they take that, you get a high school diploma.
Yeah, the way I understand it here with like homeschooling, you still have to go take your GED. You don't.
And do you know homeschooling, they get the vouchers too. Did you know that? To buy computers, books, if needed, papers, pencil, they still get the vouchers.
I don't think they do here. That's why they were trying to pass Amendment
They,
2.
well, and see, and that's the thing. Florida's been trying this for like 5 years to see how it works. And the last 2 years, man, it has been head on. And next year, I am just concerned about it.
Yeah. I mean, there's a bunch of states that have school choice that allow the vouchers.
Hmm.
Kentucky's not one of them. That's why they were trying to get this passed to change the Constitution here so they could pull the funding to do it.
And I don't understand this. I have no children in school. Okay, I have none. All my children are adults, but I pay the millage for the schools. But now, instead of going to the schools, it's going to the family to pull them into a private school. No, 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 no. I'm not sure I agree with that.
Nah. To me, I don't think you should be paying any school taxes if you don't have kids in school.
I'd like to see that passed. I would. But on the other hand, would I continue to pay it? Sure. We have future generations that need educated. People forget education in this country is not a privilege. It is a right. People forget that. That's like these
Uh,
that's like these inner city
it
schools.
didn't become a right until the No Child Left Behind Act
Nope.
became law.
It was a right before then. Look
Nope.
it up.
No, it wasn't. You never had a right to go to public school until the No Child Left Behind Act. That's why they put that in there so the schools can't kick you out and can't say you can't get an education.
Looks
Plus, huh?
looks like 1973. Did you know that? Did you hear that?
I heard 1973.
That's when it came into. Hold on, let me get back. Nah, shoot. That's when it became a right, not a privilege. 1973. Yeah, that was under Bush, and that was pretty much Oh, Summer, I'm sure he did. Um, that was pretty much the fact that no child would be held back, and they had to do whatever they had to do to get these children to pass these standardized tests. Okay, take your time. We're doing good. We're good. They should be made take the SAT before graduation. I agree.
What, the SAT? Hell, I had to take the SAT and ACT before graduation.
I mean, I did too. Well, I didn't have to. It was an option.
It was required for me in the school I went to.
If you thought you were going to college, you need to take them.
Yeah, the only one that was optional was the ASVAT.
Well, that's military.
Yeah, I took the ASVAT because I was planning on going out of high school to the military. Until I got PDQ'd. But that was my own stupidity.
So apparently, if you look at the 10th Amendment, that's where the right to school comes into play.
The 10th Amendment?
The 14th and the 10th. It started with the 10th and went on to the 14th. Started with the 10th and went on to the 14th. I just wrote into chat. Let's see.
Yeah.
Education is a fundamental right, human right, that should be accessible to all individuals regardless of their background or socioeconomic status.
Okay, then why do we have the Federal
Sure.
Department of Education?
Stuart Necker,
If-
thanks for coming by, and have a good night, sweetheart. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, why do we have the Federal Department of Education for K through 12 if it's supposed to be reserved? The powers are reserved, govern education to the states.
Because if you understand what the Department of Education does, it pretty much just puts the criteria down on what schools are required to teach. And that is why your private schools and your public schools and your Catholic schools are not under the Department of Education. And none of this is making sense to me. I'll be honest with you. None of it is making sense to me in anything we're doing right now. And I'm telling you, President, House, and Senate, all Republicans, where are our checks and balances? We, the people, are going to have to be the checks and balances. You know that, right? There is none. Not anymore. Anything can be passed if Trump wants it because he's got both of them.
Yeah. When it became a fundamental right is from a California case that the Supreme Court held in Sonrero versus Priest 1976 that education is a fundamental right under its constitution.
but I knew it was more than 10 years ago.
That was for California, and then other courts in like Connecticut, Washington, West Virginia followed suit. But it wasn't. And then the whole No Child Left Behind Act is when it really became a fundamental right.
You know, Summer, you're saying good, and this is the funny thing. We have seen how many people praise this man. How disappointed are they going to be? It's too late. You know, voting has consequences. Just saying. This is absolutely insane in my mind. I'm still trying to fathom it. I don't understand. I mean, I really wish somebody with Trump would come up here and discuss with us on how this is going to work.
What, with Trump?
Yeah. In their mind, how do they see it working with no checks and balances? What do they think Trump is now going to do for them? And don't be afraid. I promise.
I don't
We're
see him
not
doing.
gonna.
He's not going to do anything for low income or
I
anything.
know, but you're not a Trump supporter, so it makes a difference. And I promise, if somebody is a Trump supporter and would like to come up, I promise you, there will no be demeaning contact. It will not be yelling and screaming. It will not be name calling. It will be a conversation. Just a conversation. Because I need to have this. I need to know exactly what you think Trump is really going to do for you, not the country, not your neighbors, for you. And I know whatever he does for the country is going to trickle down to the states, which in turn is going to trickle down to your neighbors, which is going to trickle down to you. I get it. Because they're happy. It's going to be, hey, there's going to be no reason for checks and balances. Well, apparently there's not going to be a need to vote anymore either. Isn't that what I heard? Just saying. You know what I heard? What I heard. Heard it more than once. Because people, we're really not left-winged people. We're really not. I think we're common sense and we want to know. You promised them the lower groceries and lower, yeah. We know how that works. Hey, but if he can do it, it benefits all of us. If. Good luck to that. I don't know how tariffs is going to do that, but okay.
That's just going to raise everything unless he tells the EPA, stay out of farmers' way.
Aren't they trying to get rid of the EPA?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And now chaos just blows my mind. Blows my mind. Trying to understand it. We had Shelley in here for a while trying to explain some of it to me, which I appreciate. Totally appreciate. Right now, I'm just a little lost on how.
And now I'm wondering what's going to happen to 42. I think it's 42, or is it USC 18? I know it's 241, 242, deprivation of rights under color of law. What's going to happen to that now with him wanting to give absolute immunity to law enforcement?
Yeah. A right to
So,
PQ.
so does that mean now we have no recourse for our rights being violated?
Sounds like to me. And we know that all the officer has to do is say that they were in fear of their life. We know
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Damn. I'm just so baffled. I haven't even looked to see who the senator is or representatives in Florida yet. I haven't. I just couldn't go any further. A couple of things that I was important for were Amendment 3 and 4, and if they were going to raise the sales tax a half cent and add the millage to it. Those were my important. Because even though Trump's president and they have complete control over both our checks and balances, what's going to affect me today and tomorrow is what happened here in Dark. But apparently 26 other counties have done this and they think we should too. But some of the 26 other counties are very wealthy counties. Even though they say we're a wealthy county, I don't see it. Paper maybe, but I don't see it. I see people living day to day. I see people increasing at the food banks. I see more homeless. I see more homeless families. I'm just saying. Make sure everybody likes and subscribes. Even if you think you're a troll, and even if you think you're a troll, you're more than welcome to come up and share. And I don't like using that word as troll so often. I truly don't. Hang on to KSO4, find something to talk about quickly.
Alright.
I'm talking and I mute it. I said sorry. In order for me to type, I had to make sure that I had YouTube open but silent so that it didn't echo on all of us.
Ah,
So I had to deal with that for a moment. You know, when you're doing two of them, when you're on a platform, but you got YouTube, you kind of have to finagle around. Like how you can type in here. If I type in here, I'll show you. Yeah, I come in as summer.
yeah.
That's why I have to go to Facebook. Let me delete that. Oh, no, I guess Summer has to remove it. Sorry, Summer. I just wanted to use the example. That's why I have to type in YouTube, so it's my name, not yours. So what else we got going?
I don't
Any other
know.
news? Any other news that this is going to be taking up the news for the next couple of months?
We'll be taking up news probably all the way through the holiday weekend.
Oh yeah, next couple of months. It is what
Uh,
it is.
it'll be news probably until January 25th.
Oh yeah, gotta get through inauguration. Then let's see how many EOs he writes and what the EOs are about. You
Executive
know he's going to
orders.
be doing EOs. Yeah, he
Oh,
claims he
I already know what the first one's going to be.
what?
The mass deportation that he kept saying he was going to do.
I don't. You know, I might disagree on that because I don't think he has a plan on to do that. And considering it's going to cost trillions of dollars and take away from resources that we need in the United States, I'm not sure that's going to be one of the first ones. I think that'll go in front of the Senate and House so he doesn't take the blame in case it fails. Don't you?
Yeah, but
If he writes an EO and it's a failure, it's on him. If he lets the Senate and House, since they're Republican, it's not totally on him. He can blame them. Welcome back, Shelley.
yeah.
So I don't foresee that being an EO.
There's one of two
I
ways
could be wrong.
he could do the executive order, or he can, since they have control of both the House and the Senate, he could probably get away with doing martial law, activate the military. They go start door to door, rounding them up.
I don't think that's going to happen.
I don't think so either, but I mean that's one option he has though too, and he knows it. Because if he
Yeah,
does it, if he does it with the martial law, that suspends the Constitution, all civil rights.
okay, well, but what is martial law? Honestly, what is martial law?
It's military law. It's
Well,
supposed to be
no, no,
used
no.
for. It's supposed to be used for civil unrest or when the country is invaded.
Right. But what I'm saying is, what is the logic for martial law? Other than, as it gets later in his, presidency, keep him in dock. Because if there's martial law, the president does not leave. He remains president.
No, it'd be the military generals that run the country.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what an EOC'd write, other than maybe build the wall.
Build the wall.
It's the only thing I see. I don't know why he would do any EOs, considering he can blame the Senate and House.
Yeah.
Just my opinion. All these are opinions of me.
Yeah, but the problem is, how can he? He really can't blame the Senate and House since it's Republican ran.
Well, no, but he doesn't have to blame himself, and having help, he ever blame himself.
Yeah, but
Right?
if you look back at like 2016 through 2020, he blamed the Democrats, not the Republicans, the Democrats. That
Well,
blocked
that's because
everything.
they blocked, but now there's nothing to block.
Yeah.
Unless you got some rhinos in there, which could very well be. There could be rhinos.
I mean, there's gonna be a lot of challenges to any order he does.
Well, that's why I don't think he'd write an EO. And I think he would send things to the Senate and House, and I don't foresee it failing.
Yeah, even the Senate and the House, I see challenges in the Supreme Court of constitutionality.
Yeah, but that's beyond the Senate and the House. And you got to remember, the Supreme Court, he's stacked.
Yeah, true.
Got to remember that. So he's kind of got them too. He's got it all.
Yeah,
One man
pretty
has
much.
it all.
Pretty much. I mean, he said he wanted to be a dictator. He pretty
Yes,
much
he
has it.
will. Yes, he does. And without us realizing it. Just saying. Are you in your cars, getting safe home, hon? I bet Summer's husband. Yeah. You know, she lives with that dumpster. So do I. So I understand it. I get it. Like I said, I had to take my dinner away from the dinner table when he told me that he thinks women should be able to know if they're pregnant by 6 weeks. Oh my God, I almost lost my shit on him. Seriously, I almost lost my shit on him.
Yeah, good luck knowing at 6 weeks. Every woman's body's different.
Well, it's so hard because, especially if you're athletic and you're on birth control, it's not uncommon to wait to the second this period to realize, oh, something may be wrong.
Yeah, like when my wife was pregnant with my son, she didn't find out until she was 12 weeks while still on birth control.
Right. Well, I was at 16, 20 weeks when I found them. Just because I went to the doctor because it was time. That's all.
Yeah.
Nothing more, nothing less. In all actuality, I've been on birth control with all my kids.
Yeah. Because you know the pregnancy line, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she started getting that, and it's like, I think you're pregnant. It's like, there's no way I'm pregnant. I'm on birth control. It's like, we need to go to the doctor and have him do an ultrasound.
Yeah.
They ran a pregnancy test. Oh, by the way, you're pregnant. We got to take the IUD out, and we're sending you over to an OB.
Pretty much. Pretty much. Kind of how it goes. I don't know. I'm just, TikTok's going a little wild on this tonight, if you ask me, but I will stay off social media. Right?
Yeah, I'm going to stay off probably a lot of social media and off the news for the next several months.
Shelly, what am I stopping, honey?
I think being downers.
I'm not being a downer. I'm hoping. Trust
It's,
me. I have either a lot to lose or a lot to gain. I just do not like knowing and learning throughout life checks and balances. That's the only thing I do not like.
Plus, I thought there was stuff in the Constitution or the Bill of Rights that the government had to be in checks and balances.
Well, you have three judicial branches. All three of them are of the same party. You tell me where checks and balances are coming. I'll wait.
Because you see, you have the legislative, the executive, and the judicial. You see, the judicial's all stacked, or majority of them were Trump appointees.
Yep.
Now, the legislative and executive are all one party. controlled. There is no checks and balances.
That's what I'm trying to say. Where are the checks and balances? Where is people who's going to stop things?
It ain't the American people.
I have what?
You have rhinos.
Oh yeah. Oh, then that's what we're going to count on, are the rhinos. But is there enough?
You see, in the House, they have majority. Even if it was 50-50, you have Vance, that's the tiebreaker there.
I can figure out if Summer wanted, for her ride home or not. That's what I was trying to do. Hopefully she's in her car and safe and maybe on her way home. Or home in the driveway.
I'm hoping she's okay.
She is. A big girl. She's got this.
Yeah, but I've seen how people drive in Louisville.
Oh, they're like that everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, depending where you're at.
Yeah. Couple months, you got 4 months. What?
Oh, talking about Trump.
Oh, okay. Oh, 4 more years. Yep, 4 more years. How much damage can be done in 4 more years? I don't know. I honestly don't know.
That I don't know either.
But Theo, how's it going to help you? Jelly, how's it going to help you? Summer said she was going to cry. I haven't seen anything since then. Summer, let us know you're okay. Girl? I know, you're a big girl. You carry. You got this. Still worry. But I do.
Now I wish I could have got up to Louisville and went to the little. I don't know if I want to call it a protest or celebration. I don't know really what to call it with Breonna
With
Taylor.
Brianna, that was a celebration.
Okay.
It was a march.
I wish I could have joined.
It will help me just because my family has brushes, care who win, businesses. Sorry, my glasses aren't working tonight. I'm a little tired, so I'm kind of seeing a little cross-eyed.
Oh yeah, there were already. Last I heard, there were like 75 lawsuits that are pending. They were trying to figure out who was going to win, and then they were going to file them in the morning. And a lot of them are probably going to be for recount.
Oh my God, are we going to really go through that and spend all the money? He won the popular vote. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. There's no reason he wouldn't have won the electoral.
Yeah, what was it, like 2 or 3 days ago? Andy Bashir was on the media sitting there saying we need to get rid of the electoral college and go by the popular vote?
I think the electoral college is obsolete for us. We are a different country than when that was set up.
Yeah, because I thought the electoral college was supposed to be in place if the popular vote was within a certain margin of like
Nope,
1%, then the electoral college would step in and decide who won.
nope. Whoever the majority is who they go by the popular vote, basically. Popular vote, then that's who they vote for.
Yeah, Illinois don't.
Yeah, they do.
No, they don't.
How do they pick their
Before
delegates?
they count one ballot, they already, because Illinois is mainly Democrat, right?
Right.
Before they ever even count the votes, as soon as the polls close, boom, the Democrat nominee already has the electoral vote. If you ever watch the maps, as soon as their polls close, it'll go blue almost instantly.
Mm,
They vote mainly Democrat.
mm.
This is why there's 9 or 10 counties in the state of Illinois that's hoping they can get Congress to allow them to succeed from the state. And there's a bunch of more counties in the southern part of Illinois that are wanting to join to split Illinois into 2 states
Mm.
because they're tired of Chicago dictating all the laws.
And that's how New York is. It's New York City that dictates everything, and you have a whole lot of outskirts of it.
Yeah. I mean, you even have like Eastern Oregon that wants to succeed into Idaho and split
Yeah.
up Oregon.
Well, there's a lot of states that are wanting to redo boundaries, though. That's not uncommon anymore. At least from what I see. Like North Dakota and South Dakota, I don't know why they don't merge. They don't have enough population
Why?
because
Why don't
nobody
they
will.
just pull the border and just call it the Dakotas?
Right. Well, and we call it Dakotas anyway.
Yeah. I mean, the same with Virginia and West Virginia. You might as well just call that all Virginia.
Yeah, but I agree, but I think they do that on a purpose, and I think a lot of it has to do with military.
Yeah.
But that's just my opinion. All these things are my opinion. I have not gone through to get back, so sorry, guys. I'm not giving facts out. Just opinions tonight. I just know there's going to be a lot waking up in the morning and asking what the hell went on.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, you're going to have people doing that, and then you're going to have other people partying.
Sure you are. They're going to be dancing in the streets.
Yeah.
It's going to be more of a. You're going to see a lot of inauguration parties, is what you're going to see.
Yeah, it reminds me of a South Park episode back from like 2008 when they did one about Obama winning.
Right?
Everybody that wanted Obama was partying all night, waking up in the morning hungover, and then they got mad because Obama didn't do what he promised.
Well, but here's the thing. if you honestly think about it, Trump didn't promise anything. He gave ideas, but no follow through with it. Other than deport all the migrants.
Yeah, we'll see if he even follows through with that.
But he didn't implement. But he didn't give any implementation. He gave no plan on how to be done. That's what bothers me. There's no plan. What is the plan? We should have known the plan.
I think he's been saying what the plan is slowly.
What?
Weaponizing the DOJ and forcing ICE to go in and start detaining them.
But where are they detaining them at?
I don't know.
That's why I'm asking.
That I don't know.
That was his biggest thing. But it's really starting to rain here. So if you hear rain, let me know.
I don't.
Okay, good. I don't want the background noise of the rain. I don't know. I'm still baffled that people would actually vote to raise their taxes and pay more money. I'm still baffled on that. But we did. Figured that one out.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Kansas City voted to do that.
What?
There is both in Kansas City, Kansas, and Missouri, because the Kansas City Chiefs are publicly owned, technically.
Right. Right.
They put a thing on the ballot about raising property tax to keep the Kansas City Chiefs at Arrowhead Stadium.
No.
To raise it by like 5% or some ridiculous number. Because they already voted for the Royals, because after 2025, the Chiefs are either going to leave Kansas City or they're going to approve raising taxes to keep them there to redo the stadium.
They did that in Duval County too. Raise the taxes to pay for a beautiful new stadium.
Yeah. Oh. I need to go see what's going on with a lawsuit out of Washington, D.C.
Or what? Recount or what?
No.
Oh,
You
the
remember,
First
okay, you
Amendment?
remember the Washington Redskins, right?
Yes.
The tribe is suing the NFL to put the mascot back on their uniforms.
Right. Because they wanted to take off because they felt it was offensive. And the tomahawk. Remember the tomahawk?
Mm-hmm. Oh, the Kansas City Chief does the tomahawk chop all the time.
Yeah.
But the tribe, there's the Kaw, the Potawatomi. There's a few tribes up there, up in northeast Kansas and northern Missouri and southern Iowa. They're trying to sue the Chiefs to get them to stop.
Right.
But no, the family of the chief that they had on the side of their helmets, the ones suing them, saying, "Put them back on there. We were proud that you were representing him. We didn't see it offensive."
Mm.
Pretty much telling the NFL, you shouldn't matter what other tribes think. This is our family member on your helmet. We're proud that you're representing them. If these tribes have an issue, they need to come to us.
Right. And I don't think any of them did.
No.
I don't think any of them did.
Because they saw like the Washington Redskins as warriors going to battle every Sunday.
Oh, sure. Sunday Night Football. Hey, Canada RV, how you doing, hon? What'd you think? You got your winner. Well, even though you're in Canada, but still could affect you. Trump won. The link's there if you want to come up, Canada. And if you can't find it, let me know. I can put it back in. You're welcome to join us. Only thing I ask, we all have different perceptions, different opinions. Let's just keep it respectful to one another. That's it. I try to play nicely with everyone. I know, sometimes I don't, but I try. How are you doing tonight, hon?
You knew I was going to come up to see you.
Of
You
course
say hi.
I
You knew that.
did.
That was
Well,
a trap.
thank you. It was a trap, and you fell for it.
Yes, I fell for it. It's a trap.
So what you thinking about happening tonight?
What a great night, hey? What a great night. Now we only have to wait from now until the transition. We
Well,
only have to wait.
they do
Make sure.
certification the first week in January, and then
January 6, 2025, Congress will certify each state's votes.
they have inauguration the 20th.
Yes, we just have to worry about the between part. What's going to happen between now and then?
A bunch
That's
of
true.
lawsuits.
If martial law happens, Trump doesn't take over presidency.
I am up there, Shelly. Can't you hear me? You silly girl. I'm right here.
Yeah, true. But
You know, and our concern is, and I will share with it. United States should always have checks and balances.
Right.
Well, and I don't want to count on rhinos, but they got the state and they got the House and the Senate
and the Supreme Court.
and the Supreme Court that was set by Trump. So where's
No,
our checks and balances?
I agree with what you're saying there, Shelly. It's not going to. There's no, they don't want to lose this. See, they've lost. The WEF, the elites right now, they are sucking their wounds. They're licking their wounds.
I asked a few people if they needed Kleenexes.
Yeah. Well, I'm not talking about those ones. I'm talking about the ones that control the governments.
Yeah.
They're licking their wounds because there was no way for them to win this, no matter how much they cheated. And bet you, Trump would have won a lot more. And bet you, they're still going to try. They're going to try and pull something.
You think?
I
I
mean, the only
think,
option, the
yeah,
only
because it's
option's
too
martial
important
law.
to them. It's too important to them because if Trump takes America, we take the rest of the world. They lose everything. All of their agenda is gone.
True.
Yeah,
So hell
and
yeah,
like
they're
all
going to try something.
and all their candidates for the Supreme Court, Congress has turned down.
Exactly. And Trump fires all the assholes and everybody that's fucked every. He's probably going to get rid of the FBI. Like shit is going to come down the fan here, and they know what's coming.
Yeah, I have to agree there. But the Democrats did a really stupid move. They put up somebody as a candidate they knew wasn't going to win.
They always do stupid moves, though.
Oh, that was a really
They
stupid
do.
move, in my opinion.
They are stupid. Their
And
their
that was a stupid
values
move.
are all stupid.
I don't know if I'd go with all, but that was a stupid move.
Well, I agree with that.
They could have figured out who would have had a chance, and they didn't.
Are you? What were you? Who are you rooting for?
I am not disclosing who I voted for,
So you voted Kamala, didn't you?
but I will tell you my main interest was on my state and my county. We had a lot of important things that are really going to affect my state and county. And I'm very disappointed in what happened. Our abortion bill failed. Our legalization of marijuana failed. They voted to tax our millage for our school on our homes. They voted to raise a half-cent sales tax. That's where I'm concerned, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm
Trump,
concerned about the president, but this is really going to hit home.
Trump is going to take care of you. Don't worry.
Okay, I won't count on that, but thanks for letting me know.
No, he will. He will. You wait and
And
see. You
how's he
don't
gonna
give him a chance. Give him a
tell
chance.
me? Tell
He
me
will.
how is he gonna take care of me? Please tell me.
You're going to have more money in your pocket. He's not going to change any abortion rules like everybody is saying. He never
Well,
had plans
no,
to do it.
but see, like Florida has a 6-week abortion ban. We had it on amendment to
He's
remove
not
that.
going to mess with that. He's
I
leaving it
under,
up to the state.
I understand that, but this is what I said. My county and my state was more important than the president.
Well, no, because the president runs the whole United States. So one state is not more important than any other state. Because
Well, no, but
everybody,
what's happening in my state's gonna hurt me.
how do you think?
Hmm.
How do you
How
think
do
it's
I?
going to hurt you with Trump?
No, I'm not saying Trump. I concentrated more on the votes in my state versus the president. Does
Yeah,
that make
but
sense?
that's what I'm saying. Like voting for Kamala or voting for Trump, what changes the difference in your state as the rules?
Pardon me? Repeat that
I'm
one
sorry.
more time. You repeat that one more time. You lost me, hon.
Well, say you voted Kamala, she won, and that's not the case. Trump won, but per se, whoever won that, what what would Kamala have done for your state, and what?
No. You're not understanding what I'm
And same with
saying.
Trump.
My priority was not a president to choose. My priority stayed in my state and my county.
That's what I'm saying. So
So it
what
had
would either one
nothing
of
to
them?
do. It had not. No, I want my government.
I'm not getting it.
I think I kind of am. Because the president can't do nothing with the state.
No. Well, maybe
At least,
depending on what it
That's why
is. Is
I
it
didn't
federal law?
concentrate on the state.
Depends on whether it's federal or municipal. Because I mean, federal law does apply in states.
yeah, but when it comes to like the abortion stuff, federal law doesn't apply anymore thanks to the Supreme Court overturning Roe versus Wade.
No, that's run by the state. But I mean that I surely she wouldn't be worried about that.
Wait a minute. Why? Why would I not be worried about that?
What are you pregnant?
I have daughter-in-laws, future daughter-in-laws, and grandchildren. I'm concerned for their health. It's not. It's not always about me.
Okay, so what are your state laws now on abortion?
6 weeks.
6 weeks?
6
Okay.
weeks.
So
Most
what's wrong with it?
most women don't even know they're pregnant at 6 weeks.
So if they're over 6 weeks, they can't. You can't have an abortion.
Correct. In the state
Um,
of Florida.
you're in Florida.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So how can that be? Like, I mean, yeah, and you're right about that. Most women don't know they're pregnant until they're 6 weeks.
Correct. So are we gonna?
But what does that have to do with what president comes in? Whether it's
No,
Kamala
you're
or
not
Trump?
understanding. You're not. But you're not understanding. I really didn't concern myself too much with president this year. I concentrated on my referendum and amendments here in Florida. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I mean, as far as that abortion law, I mean, you could all stand up and protest that in your own state.
Oh, and we
Change it.
will. And we will. The only problem is it had to pass by 60%. It passed by 59%. But next year, it's 70% because Tallahassee changed the percent that it has to pass. So they knew this would happen. They knew it.
Hold on a second, but that is also part of federal law when you're talking about when you're implementing laws as well.
Not here. You can have state amendments.
Yes, but it still has to, if the federal government or it goes to the federal Supreme Court, then it changes. And you think Trump's going to allow that? No, he's finished with all this bullshit. And
Yeah.
that's one thing about Trump. He's not going to allow this shit to happen anymore.
Allow what shit?
Like the lefties, and I'm going to call them lefties, and don't be insulted about it.
Oh, I'm not insulted because I don't think I'm a lefty.
But them going forward and implementing these ridiculous freaking bills and ridiculous laws and implementing laws and sub laws, and having no, what's the word I'm looking for? I can't find the word.
No recourse.
Yeah, no recourse for their actions. See, Trump ain't going to allow that to happen. Like, Trump believes in freedom. Okay, I know he's not going to fix everything, sweetheart. We all know that.
No man can do that. Let me explain something else that happened. We had a half-cent sales tax and an increase in our millage tax on the ballot. Who in their right mind votes to tax themselves more? Who? We did.
That's a great question.
We did. Not me. But it won.
Yeah, well, Trump will fix these things.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
Taxes are federal. Even though they're statewide municipal taxes, there still is, there's a lot of those taxes that are federal, so they will come down. Some of those taxes are federal anyway. They're not all
Florida doesn't have state taxes.
or state.
Yeah, Florida don't have state taxes.
Okay, well then, there you go. Then Trump's going to take care of you on that area. So you're going to have more money in your pocket.
Okay, I'll wait. I don't know how he's going to make more money in my pocket.
He will.
How? He had all these theories and all these ideas.
Policy, the freaking taxes that are out there, he's going to cut the taxes right away. You can bet when Trump's in his first 2 months in office, you're going to see a big change.
I don't believe that, but okay.
Well, then you don't have to until you see it for yourself.
No, I see taxes for the middle class, lower class going up, higher earnings going down.
No, Trump's not that kind of guy. He's going to take care of the lower class and the middle class first.
Oh my God, Trump don't care about poor people.
You wait and see.
Okay, I'm waiting.
You wait and see. I'm just saying, wait and see. You don't have to believe me.
I'm waiting.
Wait
That's all
and see.
I can do.
Yeah.
That's all I can do is wait and see.
Yeah, and I think you're going to be very pleasantly surprised.
Okay.
Give him a
I
chance.
don't have that faith. Now,
Give him a
mind you,
chance.
I'm going to tell you something. In 2016, I voted for Trump. 2020, I voted for Trump.
He's learned a lot from here and there. You know, they put him through the ringer. Okay, he's
Well,
learned a lot from this point.
but here's the thing. We complained about Biden's age, right? Do you remember all that?
Yeah,
How
I
old's
do.
Trump?
78, 80.
Well, he's not senile. Okay, he can. He's
Nah,
looking
that's
fair.
questionable. Questionable.
True, but yeah, he's pretty spry still.
And could he come senile in the next year or two?
Possible.
My
Could he what?
point. Could senility set in within the next year or two? Then what do we do?
Of course, it could, and that's very possible, especially if it's induced.
Yeah, but I'm more worried about Vance.
Vance, why? I don't really. I haven't, you know what? I haven't really known Vance until he came up for Trump, so I don't have a really background on
Yeah,
him.
Vance in 2016 said that Trump was the closest thing to a dictator we could get.
Yeah, I remember. Well, I don't. Well, I've heard it, and only because he is now his vice president, I have heard that. Yes, they had a problem with that. Yeah,
That
Yeah,
and something about white supremacy with him.
yeah,
yeah, I heard they had some problems, and
yeah.
and that and the reason why he took him up is because they had the problems and they worked them out, and he, and because he challenged Trump.
Yeah,
And,
okay.
see, you have to think about that. Somebody that it gives you a hard time and says some bad things about you, and yet you have him as your vice president. And why would you do that unless you really cared? He cared about his opinions. That's why he brought Vance up, because Vance was fighting for some of the things that you guys maybe would agree with. He gave Trump a hard time. They got into an argument, fight, whatever. Yet Trump still brings him up. I mean,
Because
that shows a
he
real man.
felt he had a sad story.
That's a real man to me.
I don't know. I think he wanted a yes man and got it.
No, no, you don't have to say yes or agree. I'm just saying. I just think that you have to respect a person that can you can have a problem with, and that can say a lot of bad things about you, and then you connect and come together. I think you can respect that. I mean, that shows that he listens. He listens to what Vance said, and that's why he's his vice president now, because he listens.
I think another reason he got in is because of the two assassination attempts. He played that off and pulled at people's heartstrings. 'Cause I want to say it was
Well,
Nixon.
I don't think there was anything fake about. If you're talking about that being fake,
No,
there's nothing.
I'm not saying being fake, because I think it was Reagan. There was another president that somebody tried to kill, and he got in and played that card on the American people to vote for him.
Okay.
I'm not saying they were fake. Those were real attempts. But
Well, somebody died in that. Yeah.
yeah, he took it and used it to campaign with. Like, look
Well,
what
he
they
was
tried
already
to do to
campaigning.
me.
He was already campaigning at the time, though, my friend.
I know, but he used his mugshots from Georgia. He used both assassination attempts to pull at heartstrings at people to get them to listen. Look, these crazies tried to off me. We need to fight harder than ever.
Well, I don't think you need to do that because I think that's just common sense because that is what happened. I mean, they tried to kill him. That was not fake. Somebody died.
Yeah, I know.
Somebody took a bullet, and he did take the bullet. And you know what? He turned his head, and you could tell that he was not expecting it. And he didn't even know what happened because he brushed his fucking ear. Like, what the hell is that? Like, he didn't know if he got stung with a bee or what happened. He didn't know what happened. And then he went down. And then he gets up. And then he says, fight, fight, fight. Okay? I mean, but he wouldn't even leave without his shoes. Think about all these things. There's nothing fake about that. And that's not staged. I know a lot of people have called that to be staged. That was not staged. No hell. No
I'm
way.
not saying it was staged, but he took it, he ran with it, and that's what helped him win.
He didn't have to run with it because once that happened, everybody else ran with it. Like, really? You're trying to assassinate? Even the left apologize. Even the left was running with it for a couple of weeks until they turned the table again, until everybody forgot about it. At least they thought everybody forgot about it. He never used it for his campaign. First of all, the left is, Biden went and seen him in the hospital. It was a real situation. Sometimes you just got to think that, I'm not saying that maybe not after that point that maybe he hasn't milked it. Okay, he's milked it, yes, for his campaign. So if you want to consider milking it, yeah, he milked it. Of course he did.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He milked it, and that's what got people out to vote, and that's what helped a lot of Democrats jump ship from being the Democratic Party and going registering as Republicans.
Yeah, but I don't think he would have had to milk it because Trump has always been popular to begin with. So even if he didn't milk it, I don't, you know, I think he'd still pull off a win on a fair election. I think you still pull one off. People were just tired of this government. They were just finished with it and done with it. So I think he would have pulled off a win regardless. But you're right. Yeah, he did milk it. I would probably agree he milked it. Yeah.
'Cause who was it? I think it was Fox earlier this evening was talking like in Pennsylvania, 700,000 Democrats registered as Republicans there alone.
I think
Yeah,
it's
but
just
those are the rhinos I'm calling. They're wanting change because like we're all desperate.
and that's what they're playing. They're playing at all strings. I mean, just like you
Sure.
said, Trump played at heartstrings. You have to understand that the Democrats have been playing at other strings, like fear strings and scare strings, scaring the people. I mean, they've been playing their strings too,
Yeah.
but they play it on the other side. They played in fear. And people shouldn't
Amen.
have to be afraid. We shouldn't have to be afraid or live in fear.
Yeah, I just don't know. Like honestly, I don't know.
Oh, who's okay? There was somebody, one of the presidents, that said, "When we fear our government, then the government has control of us, but the government's supposed to fear the people, so the government knows who's actually in control."
Yeah, but the government right now, in my opinion, has the strength because we
Uh,
don't. I
I,
mean,
I didn't say, Shelley, that I agree that he milked it. I said it's possible that he milked it. Okay, and yeah, and I'm not talking right away. I'm talking, weeks after when everybody's praising him and they're all saying fight, fight, fight. That's when he milked it. Okay, that's when he used it for his advantage. To Yes, and that's when I can agree that it's very possible that he used that for his advantage to get more people and make people, Hey, I'm just a tough guy, and he milked it. Yes. Come on, Shelly, you can't disagree with that. Sorry, who did I cut off?
It was just me, but I babble. It's okay.
All right, go ahead.
I babble all the time.
All right, we'll babble back.
Well, I just think that right now the government feels they have the upper hand on strength because of the House, the Senate, the president, and I think they feel the people are weak, will not come together.
You mean now after the win?
Yeah,
Okay, well, so they've won the House, they've won the Senate, and we've got the majority. So what
yes.
do you mean?
Well, we have no checks and balances, and I don't think the people, me being people,
You
have.
mean opposition if you disagreed? You mean?
Well, if we disagree with the government, I don't think there's enough of us. I mean, the only way to get through this is to overthrow the government. Well, that's not going to happen. There is no way we, the people, can overthrow the government.
I get where you come from. So you're scared that you've actually been trapped in one way, but you didn't think you were trapped before, did you?
Um, I felt I had a better chance with Harris. Yes.
So you felt a bit trapped before?
No, my life. You know how a lot of people's lives have changed in the last 4 years.
Yeah.
Mine hasn't.
Okay. Well, you must be middle class, doing well, good job.
Oh, yeah, decent jobs. Yeah,
Okay. But
own homes.
so those people that especially if you're in you probably work in the medical field, maybe.
I do.
Well, there you go. And see how do you think I know all that stuff? Because it's common. Because yeah, people in your field are doing great, but the people with other trades are not.
But I have a husband who is retired.
Doesn't matter. You have your
One
job.
income's not going to do it.
And your income hasn't changed.
But you're right.
It's
But
your income that you see.
but my
Everybody,
income hasn't gone up.
their lifestyles has changed.
My
They've-
lifestyle. Well,
People that have small businesses, they've lost it. They don't have that income anymore. They're out now working for someone else.
well,
They've
no,
lost-
I know since 2020, a lot more business people, my friends, have started businesses.
Yeah, well, people in the medical field, you're always going to be safe, especially if you got vaccinated. And you must have got vaccinated if you're still in the medical field.
I did not.
So then, are you on the pharmacy side?
No. I'm in
How could,
I was an ER nurse.
well, how could you be an ER nurse without being vaccinated?
I lost my job. You know why I lost my job?
Why?
Because it was mandatory and I would not do it. So they would not put me back on the schedule until after. And I chose not to. I chose my life over my job.
Okay.
Now, with that being said, our governor said, and I'll tell you, there is a lawsuit. I more than likely will get something from it for what they did. But our governor said that a employer cannot force us because I live in Florida. We were different. Apparently, that virus wasn't in Florida. I'm just teasing, you know that, but that's how I felt by what our governor
I don't know
was
what you
doing.
mean by that, Shelley. I don't know. I don't know what you mean by that, Shelley. I do disagree with that. Laugh out loud. I think he handled it so much better than my. Well, that wasn't a question. Shelley, we're not talking about when it happened. We're not talking about, we're talking about a month, 2 months after.
After the fact.
Yeah, like or like I don't even know how long it's been, but you know, it seems like a long time ago. It's what 2 months ago that happened. We're not talking about right away. No, no, absolutely not. He did not milk it right away. No, no, but I'm saying it is possible that he milked it. You know, definitely after a few weeks, he started to milk it, and his advisor probably advised him to use this because the people already were pissed off about it. The people already, um, they were on his side because of what this happened and how could this have happened. So hell yeah, he used it. Come on, he's a politician, Shelley. Don't fool yourself.
Wait a minute. I thought everybody said he wasn't a politician, and that's why he's going to do so well. He's a businessman.
Well, he's been a president for
I'm
4
just
years.
asking. Well, and that's
And
what I
he's a
said.
politician.
He's been president. He is now a politician.
A president isn't a politician.
No, it is. I've said this, but Shelley, have you or have you not told me he's not a politician?
A president is a fucking politician, man. What the hell?
I 100% agree. He is a politician. He might be a businessman, but he's a politician.
Well, he was a businessman before he became a politician. But he's
Correct.
he spent 4 years as a politician and he wants another 4 years. He just won another 4 years. He's a politician.
Yep. I agree.
When you
100%.
power like that and you have all these people advising you and everything else, that is part of being a politician, sweetheart.
Well, if he would take capital gains away and he would lower the amount of taxes we pay, I might be a little happier.
I mean, if you're talking 2016,
Right.
Shelley,
You know
yeah,
what?
he came in
like
as a
Shelley.
businessman.
I like Shelley. She's a lady. I can tell. I like you, Shelley.
Yeah, she's a
I've seen her
trumper.
on many other. Yeah, I've seen her on many other channels. I like that girl.
He's a trumper.
Yeah, I like that girl. Anyway,
I mean, now, yeah, he's a politician, but in 2016, no, he was a businessman
No.
getting into politics.
Yeah, 2016 he became a politician. And I hate to break the news to you. I don't know if any of you have worked in a business or anything like that, but when you're in a business, you work the politics.
Well, when you're
well,
like
I've
a
owned 3 businesses.
CEO,
I'm not a politician.
Pardon me?
I've owned 3 businesses, and I'm not a politician.
You play politics.
What?
You play politics with everybody.
How do I play politics? I service my customers. That's not politics.
Do you have CEOs, CFOs, things like that?
No,
Employees?
I was always a small business. I ran them
Okay.
myself,
Okay.
and I had maybe a couple of employees.
Okay. Well, that makes a difference. Welcome back, Marcy.
I mean, you kind of still have to play politics with the banks.
Sure.
Why? I didn't borrow. I didn't borrow. I had cash. I bought out my business. No, I did it all cash.
Okay.
Okay, I'm a little concerned. Summer said like an hour ago she was heading to her car, and I haven't heard back from her. Hold on a second. Canada RV, I'm sorry. Summer said like an hour ago she was heading to her car, and I haven't seen her. I hope she went home and just went to bed. But I know it was raining there. Sorry. Go ahead and continue.
I'm sure you'll find out.
Yeah, I messaged.
She'll be back. I mean, you shouldn't worry too much. I
I
worry all
do.
the time.
She's
And
my
then,
friend.
it turns out you just, you end up being a fool.
She's my friend. I do worry.
Yeah. I know. I worry about people too. I know, but I always end up, you
But
know.
anyway, me as a nurse, I have to play politics.
What?
I have to play politics. Hey, Sears mom, good morning. We're still up.
Well, yeah, you being a nurse, you have to play politics because you're under government laws.
So, Sears mom, what do you think about the news?
Hell yeah, you have to play politics.
Mm, every day. Every day. I'm sure she's probably went home and went to bed. She's been tired. Now, Seeger's mom is not a Trump supporter. See, that's what I like about this channel. We have a little bit of everybody, and we're going to respect everybody. No, she's not let down. She's had so much with the court and everything. Her body is probably just like, okay, I'm done. I'm going home to bed. I'm tired. I think it sucks, but at least I know I didn't vote for it. Yeah, and you heard that the House and the
So you're not that happy tonight, then?
not so much.
Okay.
Especially when I found out the House and the Senate took over the majority too.
At least you're taking it well.
Well, yeah, what do you want me to do? Yell, scream, fight, and cry?
Well, I think other people are going to do that. Yes.
That ain't getting me nowhere. Right?
No. You're doing the right
Yeah.
thing.
I'm still going to get up in the morning and do what I'm supposed to do.
You're doing the right thing.
Get up and do what I'm supposed to do. I'm more upset what Florida did. Totally upset.
I don't think you'll regret it. I mean, you don't have to take my word for it. I mean, just give it a chance and see for yourself. I think you'll be happy that this decision has been made. The people spoke. The majority of the people spoke.
Well, yeah, he won the popular vote and the electoral. I accept that.
And I think you'll be happy with it in the end. And I think you'll find your life a lot better.
If not, I'll come find you.
All right. Don't blame me. I didn't even vote. I'm a freaking Canadian. Well,
You're a Canadian. You don't get a say.
I'm not a Canadian. I am.
Yeah, but what we do in the United States will affect you Canadians.
Well, no, I am actually an American.
Are you?
Yeah, I was born in New Hampshire.
Okay. Do you have dual citizenship, or do you have to give one up
No,
so that you could get Canadian?
I have an American citizenship, and I have an immigration card for Canada.
Okay.
I didn't get dual. No,
Okay.
I never got dual. I am just.
Well, I just know some Americans that have moved up to Canada. They've given up their American citizenship to become Canadian so that they can get reap the benefits from Canada.
No, I've never done that.
Hmm.
I'm just what they call a permanent resident in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm still an American. My passport says American.
Good for you.
Anyway,
Okay, guys.
I'm gonna get something.
I don't mean to cut this, but we've been on for 4.5 hours. I have to get up in 2 hours. I thought Summer was coming, but I think she probably went home to bed. At least I hope so. I'm sure she'll message me and let me know what's going on. But I'm gonna shut this down, and maybe again tomorrow night we'll start this back up again. So Canada RV, start looking for us because tomorrow or today.
Because I want to eat. So
Oh,
thank
good.
you.
So, and KSO4, thank you for coming up with me this evening. I appreciate it. And Shelly and Sears Mom and Marcy and everybody else, make sure you give the likes. And I appreciate everybody being here.
Night,
Much
everybody.
love. Good night. Thank you.
Night.
Night. Bye.